Pass on the one. Anyone have a choice? Lord, you hear me? You want to know that one? Alright, I'm not a good singer. Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. With thanksgiving, I'll be a living sanctuary for you. Oh Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. With thanksgiving, I'll be a living sanctuary for you. Oh Lord, prepare me
to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true.
with thanksgiving.
I'll be a living sanctuary for you.
All right, let us pray. Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for allowing us to be here. We ask that you will just be with us and that your blessings will be with us. We pray, Lord, for the moderator. We pray even for the presenter and the panelists and all the participants. May you grant us an awesome day, and we will not refrain from giving you thanks. To your Son, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Doctor, so we should invite him inside.
Okay.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask kindly if we could all come a bit closer. It's a few of us so far, and I think it would be better, more impactful if we come forward. So I am asking your kind indulgence, especially those at the back, if we could come a bit to the front as we are about to begin today. You are brave people to be here as we see the rain and we see what is happening. I want us, though, as we come to engage properly and to think that we are here for a purpose and we are going to accomplish the goals that are set out in our own minds. At this time, I'm going to invite Dr. Monica Dempster, and she will be doing devotion, and she is the vice principal at Church Teachers College. Let's put our hands together for her as she comes. Okay, I'm sorry. Devotion by Reverend Monica Duncan. Monicia Duncan.
I think that's what Dr. Smith just did.
Oh, that's what Dr. Smith did? Okay, I'm sorry. And so at this time, then, let's put our hands together and make welcome Dr. Monica Dempster, and she will bring greetings and welcome. Put our hands together for her as she comes.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to extend a very warm Church Teachers College Mandeville welcome to you this morning. And boy, don't we need a warm morning. As Chairman said, you are brave to be here. We're grateful. We are so very grateful that you made the effort, to be here with us this morning. We welcome you as you join us today in our 2023 Educational Leadership Conference under the theme, Reimagining Educational Leadership in the Caribbean. I want to extend a very special welcome to our moderator, Chairman Mr. Sean Graham, Principal of Nagati High School, to our distinguished presenter, Professor Calvin Thompson of the University of the West Indies, to our panelist, Mr. Liver Wright, in his absence. He is the president of the Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, and Dr. Faith Alexander, Chief Educational Transformation Officer of the Ministry of Education and Youth, and she came in all the way from Kingston. And I'm happy. Welcome to Mr. Alexander for ensuring that you got here safely to us. We're also very happy to have, yes? You can give them a clap. We're also very happy to have with us Mrs. Faith Holloway, Regional Director of the Heart Trust, NTA Southern Region, principals of our cooperating schools, and our colleagues and students from our Teachers Colleges of Jamaica, sister colleges. We acknowledge those in our online audience from Jamaica and of course the Caribbean, and extend an equally warm welcome to you. Welcome the members of the Church Teachers College family, our faculty and staff and students, even as we extend apologies on behalf of our principal, Dr. Gas Anderson, who regrets that he could not be here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, reimagining educational leadership, I think, is a clarion call to action for all of us, a call to embrace change, to be intentional about collaborating and leveraging in a responsible way the endless possibilities that the world of technology is revealing to us daily. It is a call to prioritize the well-being of our students, who are our future leaders, and to prepare them to be responsible, respectful, empathetic, and culturally competent global citizens. And so, among other things, educational leaders across the Caribbean must become engaged in creating opportunities for cross-cultural exchange, in integrating global perspectives in the curricula at all levels of the education system, and in fostering a sense of shared responsibility for caring for our planet. This means that educational leaders must not only adapt to the demands of the 21st century, but must be prepared to actively shape the future of education for the benefit of generations yet unborn. There's little doubt then, ladies and gentlemen, that the Caribbean, with its rich cultural diversity and unique challenges, provides a perfect environment in which educational leaders can engage in meaningful discussions and reflections on the future of educational leadership. It is my hope that our participation in today's conference will challenge us to become more deliberate about creating a transformative and inclusive educational experience capable of equipping our current and future students with the skills and mindsets needed to thrive in our constantly changing world. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to have you today. Once again, a very warm welcome to Church Teachers College, and I wish you all the best for a successful conference. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we can do better than that for Dr. Lisa. And you are going to hear me inviting you to clap and to bring some energy in the room. It is very important that as we engage, especially when we engage about important things, that we bring energy to it, because it is in the energy that we create that drives change. Socrates says this: the secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. So the secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to this important conference at this specific time in Jamaica, I want us to bring energy into the room. And so I'm going to invite Dr. Smith, and that he will do the introduction of the keynote speaker. So let's make some energy and put our hands together for Dr. Smith as he comes.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is a privilege to introduce our presenter for today. And it is special because he taught me at JTS, and he was almost my form teacher. He taught me so many courses. I remember my form teacher. And it was two of other students who were there as well. It is my privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our presenter for today's conference. He's a senior lecturer in educational policy, planning, and leadership, and head of the Caribbean Center for Educational Planning at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus. He's a leadership coach and certified management consultant. He has spearheaded the founding of the Caribbean Leadership Reimagination Initiative and the Caribbean Center for the Educational Planning. He's the author of several books, among which Education and Development, Policy Priorities for Jamaica and the Caribbean 2020, a 2020 co-authored monograph, an exploration of philosophical assumptions that inform educational policy in Jamaica. Then we have reimagining educational leadership in the Caribbean, and incidentally, I was researching and I saw this particular thing. I said, wow, this would be an awesome one. So I glanced through his book and then I contacted him and he said, yes, it would be his pleasure to be here. So, reimagining educational leadership in the Caribbean, which is our theme for today's conference. Then there's a reflection on leadership and governance in Jamaica towards a better society 2018, and also locating the epicenter of effective educational leadership in the 21st century 2015. Professor Thompson advocates the leadership of philosophy of reimagination, which he first articulated in 2013, in his book in 2013, Leadership Reimagination, a premiere of principles and practices. He has revisited and reinterpreted the ideas in 2022 publication, Reimaginative Leadership, Principles and Paradigms for 21st Century Leaders. His peers have recognized his work, and he has received several awards, including finalist Vice Chancellor's Award for Excellence, All-Round Outstanding Performance. That was in 2021. In 2020, he had the Principal's Award, Best Publication category. He also got the Principal's Most Outstanding Researcher, Principal's Award, Best Publication Article category, Most Outstanding Thesis for Academic Year, School of Education, UWI, and High Commendation for PhD dissertation. This is indeed an achievement. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Professor Daniel Thompson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smith. Pleasant morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Excellent. It's my joy to be here. For those of you who might not know, I live around the corner, and so maybe I had it easiest coming here, but for the traffic at this time of the morning. But it's good to see so many of us out here. I suspect that since we have so many chairs to the front, our friends who are at the back may want to come a little closer, especially if your eyes are aging and you can't see the screen very well. It's my pleasure to be participating in this conversation and to share with you some thoughts I have been exploring and some ideas I have been developing for some time and continue to examine and interpret. I'm told that I have until midday to present, but I have declined the offer to spend 2 hours up here. So I'll be sitting down much quicker than you think. All right, so our theme is reimagining education and leadership in the Caribbean. And so I'd like to begin by characterizing this area of the world we call the Caribbean. There's much to be said, Dr. Dempster, you've left, about the rich cultural heritage, the amazing landscape, the natural beauty, which we have been, those of us who are here in Jamaica mostly, are able to see even more closely as we drive along the new highway. What an expansive landscape we have on this island called Jamaica. I have had the privilege, like many of you, of visiting several countries and most islands in the Caribbean. And I'm sure you'd agree with me that Jamaica is simply, by far, the most beautiful island in the world. There are many other beautiful islands, of course, but Jamaica stands out. But beyond its natural beauty, its incredible landscape, its culture and its people, there are areas of perpetual struggle, particularly in the areas of our relation to issues such as our political and economic integration. Most blocks of countries in the world, whether it is the OECD countries in Oceania or the countries of Asia Pacific or the African Union or the North America or the European Union, these countries have found a way to develop strong ties and socio-economic cooperation. We here in the Caribbean, having failed at federation, and notwithstanding the Treaty of Chaguaramas in '73, which established CARICOM, we still struggle to experience authentic and sustained regional integration. We are the destination, the chief destination for Western tourism. The flights out of Europe to places like Barbados and St. Lucia and Jamaica and Dominica keep increasing. People continue to want to explore these countries. And there is what the hoteliers now describe as revenge travel. In the post-pandemic era, with travel having been restricted between 2020 and 2021, many people are now trying to catch up on and explore the world in ways that they were not able to, and the Caribbean is experiencing a bonanza in tourist arrivals. We are also a destination for cheap labor, and with English being our primary official language, we are desired, our workers are desired for call centers and other areas of work. We are vulnerable to natural disasters, and we have an underdeveloped potential in terms of the goods and services we export. In addition to that, we suffer from low tertiary participation, low GDP per capita, high levels of crime and violence, and low levels of what I would call Caribbean consciousness and a self-understanding. So those are some of the characteristics of the Caribbean. And the question that arises, how does educational leadership take that spectrum of issues into account, interpret it, advocate for policy leadership to address it in order to build a society that is flourishing. I want to put it to you as a starting position that the purpose of educational leadership is to foster and promote human flourishing.
Yes, sir.
And so the question that arises, Pastor, is how effectively are we developing leaders and leading, and how effectively are leaders leading the process of creating the framework, the matrix, the agenda for human flourishing, taking account of these realities. I want to substantiate some of those observations I have made by reference to some data. Firstly, on tertiary participation in 10 selected countries. This is the percentage of high school graduates who move on to college or university. Notice the percentages. Antigua and Barbuda, 25%, a small country. Bahamas, 15%. Barbados, one of the highest in the region, 65%. And this is a direct consequence of the fact that the government of Barbados makes tertiary education free for all Barbadians. Right? Belize, 25%. Bermuda, 19%. Dominica, 7%. Ghana, 12%. Jamaica, 27%. Trinidad and Tobago, 65%. And again, because the government makes tertiary education free. And St. Lucia, 14%. Because of the number of slides to which I want to limit myself, I did not choose to give you the figure in the same form for other regions of the world. But what I can tell you is that in most European countries, Asian countries, and countries in the OECD region, the average level of tertiary participation is 60%, the average. Singapore is 89%. New Zealand is 90%. Denmark is 78%. You have some countries with low levels. Finland, 90%. When you measure across and create a mean, you have 6% as the average. So what it means is that whereas 6 out of 10 students on average in these regions, these countries, go on to tertiary education, the average in the Caribbean is less than 20%. And that defines one of the key realities about the Caribbean. I mentioned that one of the characteristics of the Caribbean is that we're affected by high levels of crime and violence. And here's a stunning statistic that among the top 10 most violent places on earth, among the top 10 out of 180 countries, 5 Caribbean countries are listed in the top 10 in terms of the rate of murder per capita. It doesn't mean that, say, Belize, which had a rate of 38 murders per 100,000 in 2017, and a similar figure in 2019. It doesn't mean that there are more murders in Belize than in Botswana, or more murders in or Chicago. It doesn't mean that there are more murders in absolute nominal terms. But given the size of the population of the country, the rate per 100,000, among the top 10 in the world, the Caribbean has 5 countries. So as of 2017, the figures of 2017 show Jamaica at 57 murders per 100,000 population. And in that same year, 2017, a place called St. James had 200 murders per 100,000 in that parish. Average Jamaica, 57. Belize was, and bear in mind now that when in 2017, when Jamaica had 57 murders per 100,000, it was number 2 in the world. It was the second most murderous place in the world behind El Salvador. All right? Which also in this region of the world, by the way. All right? In 2017, Belize was, as I said, was 38%. Not 38%, 38 per 100,000, and was number 4 in the world. Right? Bahamas was almost 30 per 100,000 and was number 6 in the world. St. Lucia, little St. Lucia, 30, almost 30, 29.6 per 100,000, number 8 in the world. And Dominica, almost 26 per 100,000 and was number 10 in the world. 2 years later, a similar situation. Happily, Jamaica's rate reduced significantly, falling to 47 per 100,000 and to number 4 in the world. Bad news for Jamaica is that for the last several years, we're always in the top 5. Belize, figure changed only slightly, moved to number 6 in the world. Then comes in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in 2019, 36.6. In fact, the person who was head of JDF in Jamaica was called to St. Kitts to become the Commissioner of Police because of the high rate of murder. They moved, so St. Vincent was 36, St. Kitts and Nevis 34, and Trinidad and Tobago 30.8. The larger point I'm making is that one of the characteristics of the Caribbean is that we have a high rate of murders, right? And that should lead us to ask the question, what are we doing wrong in our education systems that so many of our people, our youngsters, get involved in murders and are being murdered? And that's the other thing. Not only are they murdering their peers, they're murdering people caught in the crossfire and people from whom they're trying to take their possessions. I want to provide a final characterization of the Caribbean by looking at our GDP per capita. All right? Some countries have a very high GDP per capita, but again, the slides I've used won't get us there. But whereas we have Bahamas having a GDP per capita of just under $31,500 US. When we go to places like Finland, Luxembourg, Japan, New Zealand, we're talking about triple figures in some cases, or high figures like in the 80s and 90s in terms of GDP per capita. So Bahamas is 31,000. St. Kitts and Nevis, number 2 at 20,000. Barbados is number 3, also about 20,000. Guyana, 18,000, which is a kind of a complex case, because a couple years ago Guyana was close to Jamaica, but oil has now been found in Guyana, and so lots of money is being generated in Guyana, but not accessible to Guyanese, because it is foreign investment, foreign companies that are drilling for oil. And so whereas those funds are reflected as earnings in Guyana, the average Guyanese is not earning it. Be that as may. Barbuda, Antigua and Barbuda, at 18,000, TNT 18,000, then we fall precipitously by almost 50% to St. Lucia at 11,000, Grenada at 10,000, St. Vincent and the Grenadines at 9,000, Dominica at 10,000. I don't remember the country now that it was number 11, but I added Jamaica because of this audience. And we are the 12th highest, or 12th up from the bottom, one of the lowest in the world. In fact, we are just above Suriname and Haiti. Jamaica is almost at the bottom, all right, in terms of GDP per capita, which says that the average earned by a Jamaican is $6,000. And look at the population numbers. So Jamaica, with the largest population in the English-speaking Caribbean of 2.8 million people, we're producing $6,000 per person, compared to Barbados with 282,000 people producing $20,000, or citizens earning an average of $20,000, right? And you could run across these numbers. What this says is that whereas there are commendable levels of GDP, of earnings among Caribbean countries, there are far too many countries that are earning low levels of income. And the question then becomes, how do we create an innovative, productive, entrepreneurial, problem-solving society that will spur our school leavers and adults to engage in activity that improve the quality of life? Because at the bottom of the day, this notion of human flourishing is about quality of life. So I've sort of set the stage then by characterizing the Caribbean in the ways I have. In the remainder of the presentation, then I want to seek to answer the question that my good friend Dr. Smith has invited me to explore. How do we reimagine education leadership in that context? And I want to proceed with us along four paths. To firstly, reimagine the purpose of education. To secondly, explore how we realign Caribbean education systems to bring them closer to present and future needs of the global community. Right? How do we build an education system that is responsive to what people are asking for, responsive to the product and service needs of the global community? Thirdly, I want to engage us on the question of how we reposition this practice called leadership. How do we reposition it as action, as advocacy, and as activism? So you can read my bias and my philosophy. I see leadership as an action-oriented enterprise. A leader is at the forefront of advocating for change, while at the same time he or she is busy carrying out change by action. And the leader is also holding hands across the spectrum of community needs and aspirations and interests, and is an activist for various causes. And against the background of leadership as action, advocacy, and activism, to talk about this amazing gift to creation called the teacher. The teacher. And finally, I want to close by talking about how we restore the place of values education, the issue of service, citizenship, and personal responsibility. So let me begin by critiquing what I have seen as some of the practiced and popular misunderstandings of the purpose of education. And if I had the facility available to me and the mics were in your hand and you are not afraid of throwing your hat into the conversation, I would ask each of you to tell me what in your view is the purpose of education. But we'll skip that for now. Perhaps the panel discussion might want to take issue with what I say, and I look forward to, in fact, taking issue with many of the things I say. But I believe that among the practiced misunderstandings of leadership is that we teach children how to obey the rules of society. That it is one of the purposes of education, to teach children to obey rules. I want to suggest to you that it is not the purpose of education. We must teach our children to question the rules and to submit themselves to those rules after interrogation. Let them come to a place where they appreciate the value of the rules. But one of the things we do in school is that we insist that they obey even when they do not understand. And it is something that kind of, like a living, expands into society. I don't know if you've ever been at a board, at a meeting, and the CEO takes a position. And he said, but yesterday you got said so, let it change. We now have a change. All right? I have a client who jokingly said to me, he was, well, kind of half joke. He was talking about how he engages his workers. It's not for you to, what was that? It's not for you. What's up? Anyway, it's a rhyme that says, it's not for you to make reply, right? It's not for you to make reply or even ask the reason why. It's just for you to do or die. And I'm sure some of you go to the workplace and you say, sign, the boss is always right. Rule 1, that's rule 1, the boss is always right. Rule 2, if the boss is not found to be right, see rule 1. So, and this is what how we teach children, all right? Shut up and listen.
Yeah.
And when the reports come, and we write on the child's report card, John is an obedient student, that the child is being commended for being compliant. And the obedient children are often those who never discover themselves.
Yes, yes.
All right? So I'm saying there are some practice misunderstandings of purpose of education. You know, remember, one of the education in the West was introduced by the Quakers, church group, as well as by the Moravians, about the child scheme from Inter. I happen to be Moravian. And one of the primary objective of teaching children to read is so that they could study the catechism. They could know what the church authority expects them to know. And the foundation of good education was obedience to authority. In fact, by the way, any more representatives out here? No? Yes. Who is that? I can't even say who is that. But the church order of the Moravian Church, of which I'm a member and a pastor, fired the law. But that's a different story. All right? The church order says that the minister, here, we're going to talk about the child now. the minister, a minister, has a duty to obey the PEC, which is the executive body, has a duty to obey to whom he, in those days when that was written in 1957, there were no women pastors, to whom he owes, hear the word, hear the language, to whom he owes loyalty. That's the church order. And that's the education system we produce. Because the church led in the establishment of educational institutions. So I'm critiquing the purpose of education. Obedience to authority, learn the rules of society, compete successfully. All right? School is about competition. Collaborative learning was unheard of till yesterday. All right? If you ask your friend to explain to you, a copy, you copy, and a dunce, you dunce.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And then to perform academically. You are measured by how many subjects you pass.
Yes. Yes.
Which is often how well you can swat, not how well you can reason. I'm saying that that's flawed. And we need to reimagine the purpose and the processes of education in order to reshape the products, if you will, of our education system. So here's what I want us to consider. Here's some things I want us to consider. You can't read it, so I'm going to read it for you as we reimagine education. There's a guy, a Moravian man, came from Moravia, was one of the founding fathers of the Moravian Church. Anybody who's in education and don't know about John Amos Comenius does not know the history of education. That's a punch, not in the gut though, maybe on the shoulder, right? Modern education is said to have been, the foundations of modern education are said to have been laid by John Amos Comenius, who lived between 1552 and I think it might have been 1592, at least further, and 1670. All right? So we're talking about 500 years ago. All right? And among the things Comenius emphasized was the importance of lifelong learning. And yesterday we started about again in Jamaica. This lifelong learning thing just came back into the lexicon a couple of years ago. All right? He also spoke of learning being focused on logical thinking, which is why obedience is not the explanation. Explaining to the child, and I won't mention anything in politics where people expect us to obey without questioning. That's a different discussion, because I don't want to throw me out here too early. Right? And then he says that memorization is not learning, it is submission to somebody's idea. And he said the heart of effective learning is acquiring skills in problem solving and developing theory which must be functional in real life. That's what Comenius said 500 years ago. But guess what? 2,500 years ago, Plato said the same thing about learning. But as religious processes and modes of control became dominant, we shifted from that. You know, I'm going to give you another joke. Did I give one before? So I can't say another one. I'm going to give you another joke. In one of my exchanges with my church, which perhaps laid the foundation for my firing later, we had I got a scholarship a year after I finished college. Got a scholarship to do my master's. But I wasn't qualified for study leave. You know, qualified for study leave until after 5 years. So I asked the church if they would be so gracious as to grant an exception. All right? They said no. All right? I wrote back to the institution and asked them if they could hold the scholarship for another year. All right? So I was getting a scholarship in 86. The church said, no, you're not going. And I wrote back and asked them if they could hold the scholarship. No, and I asked them if they could hold it for another year. asked them if they could hold it. They said they could only hold it for 1 year to 87. Went back to the church and said, could you allow me to go to 87? I said, no, you still don't qualify. So my ordination was coming up, and the church needed to make it, to force me to decide between ordination and going on this scholarship. And I was asked by the leadership of the church, so what are you doing? You know the words I use? I am thinking about it. All hell breaking loose. I mean, you're thinking about it. Thinking is not something that the church embraces. It is not allowed. Obedience is the way of life. So Comenius said 500 years ago that the important role that education must play is stimulating the capacity for problem solving. If you all don't know about Comenius, I forgive you, but you cannot know about John Dewey, who was born in the late 1800s and died in, I think, 1956. His work is about the nexus between thinking and acting as the foundation for learning. So his famous line, we learn by doing. All right? However dramatic I try to be, you're going to forget most of what I tell you. All right? I know if I went and jumped upon the table, you'll talk about the man who did jump upon the table, but you won't quite remember all of what I said. In other words, learning has to be engaging. And this is where we come to other guys about whom you have spoken and read, Vygotsky and others who talk about constructive learning. The learner has to be actively involved in the learning experience. So John Dewey says that to develop the intellect of the young and the ability to think critically, learning must lead to or involve activity. And these include the promotion of social skills and cultural awareness. Right? Then we come to Illich. 50 years after John Dewey articulated his learning by doing theory. And Ivan Illich, kind of wonder why his parents gave him the name Ivan since his last name was Illich, but that's fine. Ivan Illich, in his famous book in 1973, entitled Deschooling Society, Deschooling Society, he said, education is not about concepts only, it's about application. It's not about degrees, it's about competence. And society has been schooled into thinking that a degree represents competence. There are people who tell me that I'm a dunce PhD. That's fine too, because if I behave dunce, I'm right to call it that. But having a degree doesn't define your qualification. It defines your attention to some level of examination, but it's not a proof of your competence. And Illich spoke about the importance of making the classroom a place where people learn to interact and acquire practical capacities. And the lovely lady, now that sounds sexist, I've never called her any of these, I love the gentleman, so let me take back that word roughly. Nell Noddy spoke about learning as really a tool to facilitate the acquisition of caring and compassionate disposition in people. Values education. And I'm going to speak to that at the end. All right? And more recently, Dussel, 2019, spoke of learning as discovery of self, the experience of liberation, and the engagement in service. It's perhaps one of the most important concepts in human understanding that really and truly, if you spend time and think about it, you exist to serve. We exist to serve. Take anybody who consumed their life around personal gratification. And you look at a person who will expire without a memory. We live on to the degree that we serve. It's like it is like, and Jesus says it powerfully. Those of you who accept Scripture, unless a grain of wheat falls into the ground and dies, it abideth alone. It is as we serve that we grow and expand. And Nodding therefore says that education is about enabling youngsters to develop the capacity to care and to acquire competences to exercise that care. And then finally, in my various works, and for those of you who are interested, Dr. Smith, I see you left the room, in my 2019 book, copy of which is at the back, Reimagining Educational Leadership in the Caribbean, among the things I say is that learning ought to facilitate critical thinking as a starting point. So you know how I think about this thing called obedience. I would obey any reasonable instruction, but I have to understand it first. Right? You'll find me the most cooperative and compliant person if doing so advances the logical. Right? It says, I argue that learning should develop the capacity to handle complexity. Some of you might have seen me on Twitter. And I struggle with what I call binary thinking. This either-or thinking. All right? The inability to understand that there are levels and degrees to issues. All right? Learning is supposed to help us to appreciate the various layers and dimensions of issues, and therefore to construct solutions which are sensitive to the various dimensions, and to know that there are some things that are far more important than others. We call it in management the Pareto principle, that there are some factors which are more responsible for certain outcomes than others, and that to solve problems you need to get at root causes. You can't treat the results of the problem and solve the problem. All right? And that's a critique I have, and I will now say it, of governments in Jamaica, where we treat the fruits of crime. And we say tough policing is the answer. You can tough until it's hard like rockstone. You cannot prevent a criminal from being born. You cannot prevent a person from becoming a criminal. So the treatment is not to bring more force on these boys. It is to prevent the development of the mentality that leads them to become criminals.
That's right, sir.
Get at the root. And so that's my thinking about learning. All right? And ultimately, we exist to become servants of each other, servants of society. You die without a trace when you're preoccupied with your own personal self-interests and nothing else. So that's my suggestion on how we begin to reimagine education. And I want to suggest then that critical thinking as a primary function and purpose of learning is the foundation for problem solving, for conflict management, and innovation. So if we are going to deal with crime as one of the realities of the Caribbean, we have to start by improving our curriculum in the area of how critical thinking is acquired. If we're going to increase, so let me say, if we're going to improve quality of life through increasing gross domestic product, through increasing productivity, we also have to deal with critical thinking, because critical thinking is the foundation for innovation. It's that your person who is sitting down and looking at various components of an issue, who comes up with a solution called a light, or an air condition, or a laptop. Those are all products of critical and creative thinking. This matter of capacity for complexity, where we appreciate the various dimensions of issues, enables us to see beyond obvious either or choices. That there is that very often there is a spectrum of possibilities, not just the two things that immediately come to our minds. Right? It is therefore how we learn to begin to explore alternatives and to consider better ways of doing something we've always done. And finally, importantly, this capacity for complexity is crucial because life has a lot of mess in it, Life can become messy and unpleasant and challenging. And so capacity for complexity in dealing with some of the issues that people present us require us to be able to manage personal challenges and interpersonal difficulties and relate even when the temptation is to hate. Which is a very destructive thing to do, by the way. Hating destroys you, doesn't hurt the other person. Well, you might engage in very dangerous things, but nobody grows from investing energy in hating. Nothing talks about compassion. In Reimagining Education Leadership, I explore in an entire chapter the issue of respect. That respect for self and other is a critical, I call it a critical facility that makes possible the sustenance of life. If you see a guy giving trouble in the community, what's the first thing you do? You try to find out if there's somebody whom he respects who could talk to him. If your boyfriend is behaving inappropriately, you try to get somebody who he respects to try to help him to see. Maybe I should say the same thing if your girlfriend is behaving inappropriately. And contributing to society is what becomes our legacy, ultimately. So I often say to people, I try not to get caught up in the debate about the afterlife, where we go when we die. The 2-minute reasons is that nobody knows, and nobody can control it. You have no control of where you go when you die. So here's my philosophy. I didn't ask to come here. I simply discovered one day that I was on a place called Earth. And I also discovered that there were other people around me. And that there are differences between how people live and relate and understand and the quality of their life. So my view is, let me do what I can while I'm here to make my life better and to make that of others better. So even if there's no heaven, I will be doing the same things I'm doing. If heaven is there, then so be it. But I can't control it and change it. So the point I'm saying is, ultimately, your worth as a person is your contribution to society. So then, central to the goal of this reimagined education, Dr. Smith, are you back? No. Is the question of how we build a strong pre-primary and primary and secondary education system. And to lay on top of that. So I don't know if some of you, I'm sure, like the idea of building or multi-layer cake or any other thing that involves structural support from one level to the other. If the primary, pre-primary, primary, and secondary system of sectors of the education system are weak, the tertiary is going to be weaker. So the foundation has to be laid extensively in order to create an important and necessary multi-layered, multi-pronged, multi-purpose system up top. Those beams you see running across here are what support the building up there. And so your education system must have a solid foundation, which is the primary, and some strong beams, which is your secondary. The countries that have done well socioeconomically and culturally are known for having a strong post-secondary education system. So as we rethink and reimagine education in the Caribbean, we have to look at what are the laws that exist to support education, what are the provisions for resources to make access easy or make access equitable, and how do we build out a multi-pronged system. In that regard, I suggest that the government plays a leading role. And on pages 38 to 44 of one of the books, the book Education Development, Education Development, I explore the funding model. Dr. Faith, I explore the funding model for post-secondary education. Right? I outline the leading role that government needs to play. I discuss the intricate interrelationship among the various parts, and I propose some short, medium, and long-term solutions. We won't go into them now, we could do that later. But I want to pause at this to show you what are some of the consequences of a reimagined system. Principal Wright, head of the Principals of Secondary Schools Association. I want to pause here to look at some relationships between tertiary participation on the one hand and other social or socioeconomic indicators. And here's a case I'm making. Governments that do not create access to appropriate post-secondary and tertiary education are soaking their societies. My father was a fairly measured man, and it's too bad word in curse. Soak and lime seed. Right? When you soak up something, it means that you undermine it. You create difficulties for it to function. Right? Governments that do not fund, would not support access to tertiary education and other forms of post-secondary education, they are undermining their society. And I have long rejected the idea that there was some conspiracy on the part of politicians in some countries to keep their population undereducated. I rejected that conspiracy up to recently. I am now of the view that it serves some political interest to have an undereducated society. If you have a society where people are busy going about their work and producing goods and services and hiring people, and you don't have time to go around behind no truck and wait and back in the day, nanny now is a 5,000. You know, a t-shirt. They don't have time for that. People who are engaged in meaningful, productive activity have no time to run up and down and beg and live on a Heineken or a Red Stripe.
That's right, sir. True.
But with increasing voter apathy and the unfortunate, but to a degree understandable, withdrawal of the middle class people like you, who don't vote, who feel that voting is a nasty thing, with you all, with your education, pulling out that only people government have to vote are those who don't have education. So in order to create majorities, they have to have more and more people who don't have education. That's a conspiracy. How else do you explain the unwillingness to provide access to education? But here's some data. So I pulled these 6 countries, or 7, 2, or maybe 8 of them, randomly from across the world, from different regions of the world, from Africa, from the Caribbean, from Asia, from Europe, and from Oceania. And I looked at these variables. All right? So here's the first thing here's the first column I want to. Do I have a pointer, Mr. Gentleman? Is a pointer here? No pointer? All right, okay, sorry. So look with, let me read it. The column that says tertiary participation rate. Let's scroll down and right. And I'm actually doing a comparison between Jamaica and these other countries. All right? For the purposes of this audience, although we have a Caribbean audience. But we have another Caribbean country in the mix, Barbados. My battery is dying, I think. Excuse me. Sorry. All right, so look at Algeria. Look at Algeria at the top with a tertiary participation rate of 52%. So 1 in every 2, just over 1 in every 2 students who leave high school go on to college or university. They have a murder rate of 1.6 per 100,000. 1.6. And a global innovation index. This is a variable that measures how many new ideas, patents, inventions they create. A global innovation index of almost 24, right? But a large country with 44 million people. 44 million people, all right? And look at their GDP per capita. Can you see it? Almost 12,000. All right, 12,000. That's twice Jamaica's. Let's go to Barbados. Barbados has a population of about 287,000 people, as we saw on the previous slide. They have a tertiary participation rate of 65%, and they have a murder rate of just under 10 per 100,000, and a global innovation index of 42.5. Let's go to China. A population of 1.4 billion, a GDP, not per capita, a GDP of 14 trillion, not billion, 14 trillion, and a GDP per capita of 11,000, all right? Large parts of China are poor, all right? They have a tertiary participation rate of 52% almost, similar to Algeria, 1 over 2. And incidentally, you may want to know that in China, 1 in every 2 students has extensive exposure to Tibet. Right? That's why they can export so much labor across the world. Right? Build bridges through gullies, over mountains, through water. Right? Some of the best engineers in the world. China has the highest number of engineers of any country, the highest proportion, the highest percentage of engineers are from China. So when they talk about their Belt and Road Initiative, China has built an 800-kilometer road between homeland China and Pakistan. Go through gully, go over mountain. It's an amazing piece of innovation. So they have a participation rate of 51%, a murder rate of 0.05. 0.5. And a global innovation index of 53. Run across to Denmark, another European country, a population of, a European country, 5.8 million their people, 350 billion their GDP, 58,000 their GDP per capita. Remember, our highest in the Caribbean started at 31. All right? Good. And look at their tertiary participation rate, 80%. 80%. Look at their murder rate, 1.1. Global Innovation Index, 57. All right? Let's look at New Zealand before we come to Jamaica. New Zealand, population of 5 million. GDP, 206 billion. GDP per capita, 42,000. Tertiary participation, 83%. I had said 89 earlier in my opening. 83%. Murder rate, 0.74. And Global Innovation Index, 47. 47. Let's go quickly to Singapore. 5.7 million their population. 372 billion their total GDP. Per capita, 66,000. Remember, our highest is 30 something. Tertiary participation, almost 90%. 90%. Murder, 0.16. And innovation index, 56. Jamaica, look at our GDP. A population of 2.9, our GDP, or 2.8, our GDP, 16 billion US. A mere 16 billion. GDP per capita, 5 million, 6, some sources, as I quoted 6 earlier. Tertiary participation, 27%. Murder rate, 47. We are only close to Algeria in terms of our innovation. What this tells you is that even if there is no immediate and provable cause and effect, there's a strong positive relationship between tertiary participation and rate of innovation. There's a strong inverse relationship between tertiary participation and your murder rate. So I would say, if one of the things about which educational leaders should be involved, Dr. Smith, is lobbying governments to place tertiary participation as a major priority for advancing the flourishing of the population of the Caribbean. Right? If you can get citizens, parents, to start cuss about how government can help them to give access, not to take over their full responsibility, by the way, partnership. If you can get citizens to start get antsy, let the politicians start changing their mind, because they realize a vote. There is some, all right? Just a quick one. I'll just pass by this. Look at murder rates, the lowest murder rates among other countries of the world, and if you look in your mind, look at other data. All these countries have a murder rate of under 1 per 100,000, and all of them have high levels of tertiary participation. Let that sink in. So if we are struggling in the Caribbean, where 5 of our countries are among the top 10 most murderous places on earth, isn't that the solution to improve education? It's hands down. So I want to make my first set of conclusions here, that access to education, to advanced post-secondary education, and especially tertiary education, should become the norm in the Caribbean and should be legislated. Secondly, governments must play a leading role through cultural and social leadership, policy formation, and financial support. It requires partnership, thirdly, among the family, private sector, and government. And as I referred earlier in the book, Education Development, I explore various models of funding tertiary education. Fourthly, social engineering should be led by key sectors of society, with the education sector playing an important role. So I'll finish my first point. The other 3 will come very quickly though. I'm going to be quick. How much time do I have left, Dr. Paul? I have 20 minutes left, right?
25.
25, excellent. I'm done 25. So the second observation, the second frame, the second strategy, realigning Caribbean education systems to future global needs. And I explore key questions related to that. So here's a fundamental issue though, and I promise I won't be long on this. We need to ask ourselves, colleagues, to use a graphic language, what the hell are we teaching our children? What is in the curriculum? And how relevant is it to the needs of the world, in the society? Right? And if we find that's not relevant, what are we going to do about it? We're going to keep changing it, keep teaching it. So the question, what are the leading current and likely future demands for goods and services in the world? All right? What are the skill areas for which we are currently preparing our students? And to what degree are our students being prepared to meet those needs? That is the question. We have laid out what the Caribbean looks like. We have laid out what education should do. We must now ask ourselves the question, how aligned is our education system to the needs of our society? There are 8 key areas in which the world is moving, or put another way, the 8 most critical areas of service demand globally and for the foreseeable future are these: environmental and technological applications. We need to find a solution for Sargassum. We need to find a solution. You know, I grew up in Mandeville, around the corner there, so a little bit further on, a place called Wales. I live up the road, but I grew up in Wales, now called New Wales. Those of you who know that part of the world. My father was a tenant of the bauxite company, farmed on 200 acres of land, hills and flatlands, hills and then coal. During certain months of the year, you leave water, you know, you soak clothes, you leave water outside in the pan. Tomorrow morning, you take off ice in January, the month of January. Cold. Everybody now putting in AC around there. AC. In Newport, Wales, Manchester. Right? Across Mandeville. I'm saying that there's now a need. We can't put back those mountains. Bauxite, mine out all the land. All right. These was for 50 years my father had. In the 1990s, they started taking it back to mine out. All right. And when they dig these massive holes, 100 feet deep, 150 feet deep, they push down the hills and fill up the holes. So, which is what causes flooding in Clarendon, because now the soil is porous. All right? So there's no loam anymore, which holds the water. It's all rockstone, limestone. So that's why you have flooding downstream. We now have to go find solutions to those things. Right? And our education system must do that. Right? As a consequence of the mining out of our bauxite lands, we now have a problem here with food security. So we now have to expand greenhouse farming and rapidly increase production. That's a demand area. Right? Jamaica imports, continues to have a trade deficit where we're importing more than we're exporting. Right? And a substantial part of that is food. Oil takes it to the top. Right? And on that question of oil versus energy, we come right here, so back here, so now to the issue of renewable energy. Right? We can't live on this heavy importation of oil. So what is in the curriculum called renewable energy? How innovative are our youngsters in it being able to do in finding new ways of cooling and heating? Right? Then there's the issue of e-commerce. Right? Every transaction. A nice lady at the back, I don't know if she's still here, she really took me on this morning, and I appreciate her. So I have some books at the back selling, and she asked she asked me the question of an old timer. How can she get a copy? If I could, where can she pick up a copy since she didn't have enough cash, but she had a card, but I didn't have a card machine. She said, "But why not about 21st century?" And I said, "Oh, but you could transfer. You could do bank transfer." Boom, solve it. All right. But e-commerce at all levels is a future. Then there's internet publishing, biotechnology, and artificial intelligence. By the way, don't let anybody let you believe that artificial intelligence happened yesterday. We've been having artificial intelligence inventions for the last 50 years. For the last 50 years. All right? Then the issue of cybersecurity and finance and insurance. So if these are the areas in demand, how aligned, Dr. Alexander, is our education system to do that? All right? Running quickly then. So the second almost finished quickly. I'm now at number 3. So I'm almost done, believe it or not. The third issue I said is the need to reposition leadership as action, advocacy, and activism, and to rethink the role of a teacher. Right? So I've been talking about reimaginative leadership. Time won't allow me to go into the details of it today. But I want to just assert that fundamentally, a leader is not merely a person with great ideas. You need the ideas to direct and inform action. But leadership is visible and palpable and relevant when it moves into action. So all your grand ideas are nothing worth unless you can transform them into action, which is exactly what John Amos Comenius said 600 years ago, or 500 plus years ago. He said that learning must inform practical application. And a core part of leadership as action, advocacy, and activism is an issue of courage. You have to be willing and ready to face down criticism, opposition, rejection, being sidelined, but press on doing the right thing, the thing by which you are inspired, because you have the courage and the fearlessness of mind. So here's one of my criticisms of the JTA, of the Joint Confederation of Trade Unions, of WIGOT, my union, the West Indies group of university teachers. My criticism of the PSOJ. We are largely a bunch of cowards, governed by convenient morality and seeking only to defend our own personal territory. There's that courageous, action-oriented leadership philosophy. And that is what is soaking, to use my father's bad word, that's what is soaking up Jamaica and soaking up the Caribbean. Leaders are lacking. And where they exist, many lack courage. Leaders will tell the minister, no, minister, can't go that way. I hear you, minister, but, by the way, the unwritten rule of the ministry is that you never question the minister. You know that? All right?
Especially in education.
All right? Especially someone in education. All right? The notion that you say no minister is almost an oxymoron. You can't have no minister. It has to be yes minister. Remember the British movie? Yes. That's thinking. No. But the leader who is courageous will say, minister, I hear you, but. Remember, you're taught in school to obey, you know. And if you're taught in school to obey, what do you question the minister? No. The courageous leader will say, minister, that cannot work for these reasons. Courageous leadership. That's what's required in this reimagination project. So the role of the teacher then in this redesign of education. I suggest that among the things that are critical, and I deal with it, again, more focused research active by the university. So one of the criticisms I make of the university to which I'm employed, University of the West Indies, and I hope I'm being recorded, that my colleagues will hear me again. One of my criticisms is that we are too much focused on our personal interests. A lot of research is taking place, but many of our colleagues are not willing to put it out there because it might offend. And in fact, some people get in trouble for publishing their research, which questions and criticizes. We also need to resign the community colleges. I have a problem with community colleges. I have a problem with community colleges. There's not what innovation is taking place at community colleges. Tell me one new product that they have developed. One new app. Community colleges are the places where the products of research are taken from the university, and these guys develop various solutions. I see people start walking around with these nice fans. You know, not the fan again, the thing that is battery powered. Yes? Can we come up with one that has AC in it, that gives you cool air? In a hot climate like Jamaica, like the Caribbean, where that mean you can walk with your AC, you don't have to have AC in your car. Walk in AC fans. That's a solution. I'm saying community colleges need to be finding solutions to various problems of our society. But finally, our teachers. Is critical thinking as a discipline part of the might I say, the training program? You can't teach children to think critically if you're not a critical thinker. And if you're not being taught to think critically. So you look at and if critical thinking is the foundation of problem solving and innovation, then critical thinking has to be a core of the curriculum at teachers' colleges. Finally, I'm done. Clapping for finishing on time. Restoring the place of values. I believe with all my heart that ultimately the human being is created in the image of God. Now, whether you're called God, Yahweh, or Jesus, or Allah, your thing. But I define God, the construct God, in my theory, is beauty, purity, possibility, generosity. Those are the qualities we know in God. God is beautiful in all description. God is powerful in every way. God is caring. So listen, a human being is made in the image of God. We're saying every human being is made with, I'm wrapping up. That's a nice way of telling me to do it. The human being is made with the capacities, the possibilities, the beauties that lie in God. And education, in my view, then, must serve the purpose of uncovering, expanding, and transforming those qualities. So I have a difficulty with education, with the notion that education should be valueless, that education should be, you must just teach facts. You mustn't speak about human nature and human being, all right? Nobody's born cruel. Not even the guy who killed Philip Baldwell's baby. He wasn't born like that. The society turned him into that. All right? He was born beautiful. He was born pure, precious and holy, spotless. Education must serve the ends of transforming and restoring. And therefore, as the world becomes a more aggressive and hostile place, education must redouble its effort to speak about the fundamental core of the human being. And I thank you.
You know, I think the fired pastor must get a bigger round of applause than that. Put your hands together for Professor Thompson and his very brave and courageous speech. You have to come back, sir. Now is the time for the question and answers. And the professor is here. He has given us food for thought. And so we're going to open the floor. Going to ask Dr. Smith if you could help me with this microphone. We want some questions for the professor. I want to start while the mic goes around, sir. I note, I must say, very informative and eye-opening presentation. You know, a lot of, Mr. Wright, my lecturer and friend, I always reason with him because this is some of the things that we talk about in education. And, we don't find much company. But I heard you speaking, quite extensively in terms of tertiary education. I wonder, just in terms of this reimagining of education and the education system, what's the role of early childhood education in the process? Because I believe that is fundamental, especially in the first 6 years of life of the individual.
Absolutely, thank you very much. The early childhood sector is the most critical part of the foundation. So those of you who have watched your house being put up or watched some house being put up would know that they go a trench in the ground, all right? And they put the steel and then they put the first set of concrete over it. That's early childhood. It holds, it is the most vital part of the entire building, right? A faulty foundation means a faulty structure. And so what it means then, moderator, is that there has to be a reinterpretation of the purpose and process at the early childhood level. And I've argued that between 0 and 6, I suppose you can start, make it maybe 0 and 4. There are 4 primary things that the child needs to be doing. At the earliest stages, it is building bones and brains, right? Through exercise and play, right? As the child moves beyond those first 1,000 days and begins to interact, it is learning to share and understand self and others, right? I find it particularly disturbing when I see a child at 4 getting homework to go do it, him have no clue on the matter how to do it. And takes that homework to school and gets a mark. You're missing the mark. Right? So building bones and brains, learning to share, learning to solve problems, learning to solve conflicts. Because guess what? That Play-Doh or that toy, maybe for 3 or 4 of them, it is in those early stages of interaction that they are able to, where they solve the problem of sharing and relating, that they are acquiring the skills for more complex problem solving later. Right? And the 4th is discovery. All right? Let the child just explore, read every book without the burden of having to do homework from it. All right? Sorry, those 46 years. It is beyond them now at the primary level that you begin to require them to do further applications. And as you go up to the next level, which is similar to if you use Piaget's stages, right? It is not until they are at the higher levels of primary, that you begin to engage them in abstract thinking, but you lay the foundation at discovery so that when they start to think in abstract terms, having acquired the appetite for exploration, they can now begin to find applications of those abstract concepts.
All right, next question. All right, I see you, sir, principal. Could you just tell us your name, school?
Good morning, Brent James, Villawood Primary and Junior High School.
Who's that? Mr. James? Is that him?
Yes, teach. I thank you for your usually engaging presentation. I want to point out a few of your slides. I notice a disparity with some figures. The per capita income. Some had, for example, Barbados 20,000. When you moved to the tertiary involvement, it came down to about 17. So I observed that as one. But you prefaced some of your comments earlier when you spoke about being responsive to the needs of our world as a country. And you will have answered some of that for me, but it was there as a preamble. And I believe that it is part of what is still soaking us up. This whole idea of being responsive to the global community. I recognize that let's say the top 10 billionaires, the only person in that list who is not an innovator is Steve Ballmer. And he's in the list because, I mean, he owns, I think, a basketball team, and he started very early in Microsoft. And the point I'm making is that the majority of these persons are innovators. How do we reimagine education in our own context and don't contribute to the slavery mill and drive innovation? You mentioned TVET, you mentioned China, the highest percentage of engineers. So how do we as a country, drive this innovation where we're not just responsive, but we're creating innovators, problem solvers in our own local context?
Thank you, Principal James. First of all, on the disparity, it is partly editorial, but partly contradictory data available online. Even this morning when I checked it, there was one source that put Barbados at 18. Another source had it at 20. So I would say that somewhere between the two, that it is in that region, so probably 19 or something like that. Because remember, these countries, the data are generated by various authorities, the World Bank, Statistical, and they sometimes have differences, but close enough to arrive at some rough measure. On the other question, how do you, if I might reduce your question to this, how do we produce innovators? How do we stimulate a culture of innovation? Zuckerberg started Facebook when he was 17. Hewlett and Packard started their computer company when they were also in their teens. And one of the things that you ask us to answer your question, what is it that inspires this kind of curiosity and courage to undertake something? And I suggest that there are three principal variables, three principal contributors. The first, in my argument, is the freedom to think. Right? There are no prescriptions and restrictions on what a child might do and think and seek to discover. In Finland, which incidentally we haven't spoken about, and I deliberately didn't speak about Finland too much today because everybody talked about Finland. So I decided to exclude Finland from the discussion. But Finland has one of the highest levels of innovation globally. They top PISA every year. But you know what the Finland education system, how it's designed? There is no mass testing. There's no such thing called GSAT or CXC, right? There's no ranking who come first, second, or third in the class. Each child, together with his or her parent, and with the guidance of the teacher, guidance and supervision of the teacher, each child has a PLP, a personal learning plan, and is allowed to explore and learn anything, in which he or she has an interest, and progress is made relative to position yesterday. So what did you learn yesterday? What did you produce yesterday as the outcome of your learning? And how does it compare with where you are today? The child is not compared with his peers or against some national average or other global indicators. So it is the first level. I'm saying it is the freedom to discover, freedom to think. All right? That's the foundation of innovation. So let me tell you what the equivalent of homework is in Finland. The teacher says, all right, remember now, so you'll explore anything you wish to talk about tomorrow. All right? So each child is free to go read about anything they want. Right? Each we're free to go anything they want. And guess what comes tomorrow now when they come to school? Teacher says, okay, Anthony, share with us what you did. So Anthony said that he walked into the woods and he saw these two birds. And whatever he did about the birds, all right? He took a picture, right? And the teacher might ask, so what drove your interest in the bird? He said, I really like nature. You notice, you know that's a lot of qualitative data being collected there. It is called the interest inventory process. The teacher is seeing the interest of the child. Another child comes back with some kind of airplane made or something. That also suggests what the child wants to explore and discover. And the purpose of the conversation is to help the child clarify what he understands, and the teacher then raises further questions to help the child to appreciate that there may be other dimensions, and the child may pursue it, or the child may drop it and go on to something else. So we talk about the freedom to think and the encouragement to discover. The teacher now begins to push the child to begin to think critically. And the third element is the support of what we call the community. All right? So the resources that are provided by the school enable that child to begin to drill down on his or her interests. One of the suggestions I've made to the University of the West Indies as part of this, what I call enterprise of innovation. I'm highly critical of the call center that is put up over West Road. This massive call center that Sutherland had put up. Now, I think it's no joke, all right? I'm saying that the University of West Indies should transform that into a business incubator center. And each child in each student in every faculty should be required as part of his or her program of study to come up with an area of entrepreneurship that is aligned to the area of study but reflects some innovative thinking. That's why so there you have the second element, which is the encouragement of discovery. The third is the support of the community. And for that period of their study, they now pay no rent. They have machines. They through whatever means of partnership, they will provide various machinery and other tools to support the various learning interests, whether it is in fabric. As I discover how African I am, I start to like these shirts, but I can't get them to buy. All right? Can you imagine a child, a person who's doing fine arts or some other, or history, exploring the kind of clothing the Aztec used to wear, and be willing to explore that, all right? So I'm saying, so it is support of the innovative process. There's so much, there is the organist at church. I'm very active in church, by the way. Fired or not.
That's it.
The organist at church is an amazing human being. She's 101. You may have seen the post videos up with her.
Whoa.
She's 101, born in 1922. She still plays the piano. All right? She doesn't hear so well these days, but all right. And I'm saying, can you imagine if that lady, if she had the family support when she was younger, to explore her musical talent, Maybe you could have what you call all this, her name is Dorothy Sconce, a blessed great human being. You'd have what is called this Sconce's musical academy. Alright? So it is support for innovation, which comes back to the role of government. The role of government.
All right, thank you very much, Professor. Good one. All right, that's your student there. Your student, your time with your question. Is that student?
I'm actually a student, but I'm just here to pass the mic.
All right, student at Church Teachers College, our leader in the world of colleges. All right, I won't go any further with that one. So questions, I know you have questions in your mind. Just be brave and ask your questions. We'll probably take 2 or 3. Trust me, it was a lot that Doc said. And I know there is a lot of food for thought. I know that what he said, we agree with some things, and I know even sometimes we disagree with some things. But now is the time for courage. I spoke about courage. Ask your questions. So students, just move around and let me see their hands. And the persons, because there's some persons might be hungry, I don't ask some questions when they're hungry. But let's just ask 2 more questions and we go for a break. All right, there's a hand right here. So the student is coming with the... Okay. All right, she's right, she's here. She's just going to answer a question. Here.
Okay, it's actually a follow-up.
I want the benefit of the others.
All right, good morning, everyone. Professor Thompson, is actually a follow-up to the question that Mr. Graham asked, re early childhood. I actually have a vested interest in early childhood because I have a 3-year-old son. Now, you made mention that the first 1,000 years they should be discovering, and which means that they should be learning through play. However, what exists now is at age 2 you have the brain builders, and then you have a full curriculum, because I go home and do homework every day. So are you saying that we need to rethink that?
Absolutely, absolutely. This idea of giving a 3-year-old homework is wrong psychologically, it's wrong developmentally, and it is wrong mentally. That child should be given limitless freedom. You buy him or her all the books you wish, and let him choose the ones he wishes to read, and interact with them based on his choice. Nothing called homework.
So how do we treat the current structure?
You and I and the guy next to you must tell the Ministry of Education that that is wrong. And must provide research to show that that is wrong.
Minister.
Yes.
That's the point.
Yeah.
If I may contribute. Right?
May I respond to that?
Maybe we need to identify her.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
This is Mr. Chair. Maybe she needs to
Well,
All right, I think she's going to introduce herself, but this is the Chief Transformation Leader in the Ministry of Education, Dr. Alexander. Let's put our hands together for her. And we are happy that she's here, so she's going to respond to some of the questions, and we'll hear more from her in the panel discussion.
Thank you so much. So just to respond to your question about brain builders and early childhood, just a little history, or not really history, but context. Under the transformation effort, early childhood is one of the 7 pillars of change. And currently, the Early Childhood Commission is working on their policy where they are reimagining their curriculum, and it's going to be play-based. So I just wanted to put that out there. So there will be a lot more homework, and it is all scientifically based. So we are currently working on that policy, which will be rolled out very soon.
Excellent.
Because you see, to me, that everybody wants to be brighter than the other one. Yes. So you see this competition in education, this first, second, bright, dunce, fast, slow, it is something that we are going to have to deal with through the reimagination. All right, any other question? We'll take 2 more before the break.
everyone.
Good morning.
Having heard.
Could you just please identify yourself for the benefit of all of us? You and your institution.
I am Sharon Mercy from Montego Bay Community College. I'm a bit shy to say community college because I heard the comments. Anyway, my question is, having heard the discussion just now, I'm wondering, the policy being reimagined, how is it spread across to enter even into the teachers' colleges? Because what I surmise over the years is that we do policy changes in one office and then it shocks the entire system. So how is this reimagination being spread across so that what is being developed is also being somewhat introduced or sensitized to the persons who will be in the system, the parents? I was just saying to my colleague that when you come out and say, oh, it's play-based, parents are going to say, I send my child to school to rap. You want to make sure that all the stakeholders understand what we're doing. So I commend the move, but I'm just asking how much is it being, properly put on.
All right. I think that's a question for Dr. Alexander. Sure.
Thank you for that question. Yes, so of course, with any policy, we have to do consultations. And of course, we have to sensitize folks. One thing, and I was kind of saving this for the panel discussion, but under the transformation, which is now called TREND, thank you, Transforming Education for National Development, in early childhood education, one of the recommendations is that, of course, we have to totally revamp the entire educational system, right? But on the early childhood education, one of the activities that is currently being developed or looked at is that there are over 2,300 early childhood institutions. And the ministry, whether they are private or public, the ministry is looking at providing one trained teacher per institution. Now, you will probably not know or be aware that there are lots of institutions, like Mr. Joe has a little place where they keep kids or whatever, right? So there are no trained teachers in there. Our plan is to upskill the folks who are currently working with our children. As Professor said earlier, early childhood education is the foundation. If we don't have that strong foundation, the system is going to be in chaos, which it is. So we have to start at the beginning. And a part of that, as I said earlier, is ensuring that we're upskilling all the teachers and so on who are working with our children. And of course, this is going to translate to teachers' colleges and so on, so that the curriculum is going to be inclusive, where these new thinking, such as the play-based initiatives, are also included in the curriculum in teachers' colleges.
All right, thank you, Doc. Final question. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. I'm a student at Teachers College and my name is Daniel Scott. I really agree with everything what was said, especially about tertiary institutions and incorporating an entrepreneurship course and so forth. What I would like to know is what will take place after this conference to ensure that all these ideas are implemented? What are the actions that will be taken by us as educators?
That's an excellent question. Put your hands together for the young student. Very brilliant question. So at this point, I invite Dr. Paul Smith because he's the convener. He has to now determine. And that question is very powerful because many times we meet at conferences, we have good ideas, we have things, and there is no tools going forward. And so I think it's an important question for the student that I think Dr. Paul Smith, the person in charge of the Institute of Leadership and Teacher Development at Church Teachers College, he's going to come and he's going to respond to that question. You will come, sir.
Wow. Breaking transmission, I'm sorry. All right, thank you for that question. And often we have conferences like these, and of course, nothing happens after that. But we are hoping to have some working groups, right? I am thinking from the leadership perspective that we have to navigate our way. So we're going to have some more mini conferences, even the students at Church Teachers College, and we look at the way forward in terms of implementation. Of course, the panelists, they are not new anymore to me, so constant communication and dialogue will be done as it relates to, constant intervention and communication and policy. It has to be a policy as well that drives the innovation that we so need. So we are not done with it, so please be on the lookout, listen out for other things to come as it relates to continuation from this very conference. I hope that question is not coming, Dr. Neil. Okay.
All right, so Dr. Neil, I said the last question, but this is because you're my colleague, I am going to allow you the last question. So this is from the professor. It's for Dr. Alexander. Wow, Dr. Alexander getting a lot of work in the hot seat even before our time, but you're up to it now.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Now at the secondary level, we are realizing that we have quite a large proportion of students with literacy challenges. Sometimes an entire cohort of students, you have more than 50% of them reading below grade 1, right? Now, does the government have anything in place to improve the level of assessment and literacy interventions at even say the primary level, so that we have less students coming over to the secondary level with those challenges? It is much more difficult to address it then because they are carrying a heavier subject load. You have to be rationalizing their curriculum to give them less subjects to focus on literacy. And because of the stage of development at which they are at that time, entering adolescence, the whole ego thing, they don't want persons to know they can't read, and so on. So you get less cooperation from them. It's harder to help them. So what is the government's plan to strengthen the literacy interventions at the primary level so that we have this issue being addressed?
All right, so currently there are 248 schools that have been identified for a literacy and numeracy intervention. 75 of those are schools, primary schools, and the rest are high schools. It is called Smarter Together, the initiative is called. And right now the Ministry of Education is working on rolling out a literacy initiative, which you'll hear about very shortly, that is aimed at addressing those deficiencies in those students. You look skeptical.
Proof of the pudding. Doc, I know you said we look skeptical. It's because we hear a lot of things before. But we are proposing a lot of confidence in you. So no, it's not you, it's just the system. But we can change and we will have change. Because if we don't have change, we're going to get soaked to lime seed. I'm telling you, we have to have change. And so at this point, I'm going to invite, because let us put our hands together one more time for Professor. And I hope that his presentation can be shared. I realized that he had a lot more to say. And, teaching words like these is very important if we are going to transform our country, especially as it relates to crime and violence, and innovation and becoming wealthy as a people, as he said, human flourishing. And I want to just say thank you to him. There are books, and most of his books are about transformational leadership. I encourage you to purchase. I hope, sir, that you don't have your card, but I hope that if an institution wants, you can make arrangement and you'll get something to your account. Hope that arrangement can be made. So I'm just encouraging all of us to read, Because at the end of the day, transformation begins with me. And so the young man asks, what are we going to do after? But if we as individuals becomes transformational, then we will have the spark. And so I invite Mrs. Bell at this time, and she's going to come and make a presentation to Professor Thompson.
Professor Thompson, your task this morning was to provide an answer for the theme, reimagining educational leadership in the Caribbean. You summed it up under 4 main headings: the purpose of education, realigning education, repositioning education, and restoring the place of values. So you have re-engaged us to think of, to look at the bigger picture in our delivery at the different levels where we are as leaders. And you also reminded us of what exists in education, which is for our students to learn rules, to be obedient, to compete successfully, and to perform well. So it is an indication now to us to re-engage our staff, our teachers, and our colleagues, so that we look on the bigger picture, and in our delivery as leaders, we take note that the purpose of education is actually to make people functional, efficient, effective, critical thinking, independent beings who will contribute to nation building. So, sir, I thank you for sharing with us this morning, and I am sure that each person present has been re-engaged and will go out in their different schools to do more, so that at the end they will leave a legacy, having engendered growth in others to be functional beings in society who will contribute to nation building.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Bell. And at this time, I want to tell you that there is much more in store. We are going to have Mr. Lindgren Wright, and you want to hear from him. You have heard already from Dr. Alexander, but I'm sure she has more to say. I am not seeing Mrs. Holloway, but I see Mr. Bent around from Hart. And so I'm telling you, we have a feast that's coming up after break. And so what we're going to do at this point, it's now 11:40. I know the rain is going to be a challenge. So we're going to allow, I think there's refreshments available at the cafeteria. And I know we will have to.
They won't get wet.
Right, so I'm going to ask that if we could leave at this time, we will return at 12 o'clock. We want to reconvene, it's now 11:40. So we have the bathroom, cafeteria. So could you just come and give direction to the cafeteria? Remember, some of us might not be familiar, Dr. Smith.
The cafeteria is that way. All right, so it's straight down the corridor. All right, so a council member will usher you down, but it's just straight down the corridor. So just follow the council member. Enjoy your break, eat mindfully, and just return at 12. We have much more in store for you.
Have music. You must have music, you know. That's tomorrow. At the break time. Yeah.
We're not no music.
Like, maybe I'll do a couple of years of it, and then the break Yes, that's what I found.
Good enough, brother.
Is it?
Support you. Actually, somebody offer from Chile. Things that you'll enjoy.
Unless we think that.
Yes. This is there. Oh, yes, awesome. You have to be the one. Awesome. Awesome. This is getting awesome. Awesome. Awesome, man. On spot. Great. Lunch is good. Lunch is good to be served as well. Okay. Okay.
Yes, I just say this is what, and it's really looking at all processes, you know, addressing the issues and other issues that you will see, you know, lacking and so forth.
So, what's going to happen is that
I don't know, but I'm still working on the policy, because I'm trying to end it. Even if you make suggestion, I'm going to set a draft to say this was what, you know, I did during the 12 weeks. Because we did a seminar yesterday. I'm doing I have an oversight committee.
You could tell that I'm not telling that. I could move this now. You have brought this water from the east side, right?
Yes, Prophet, that's your water.
Thank you.
Well wrapped.
Well wrapped.
Most I can get from person to work towards during the working I don't know, because I'm saying this person is in the market search, I can see what's going on. It is going to say I'm going to get an unsatisfactory, but eventually that's not as an intention.
I hope it captures that.
Yeah. Well, it was nice meeting you, Paul.
Yes, sir.
Hi, former student.
Yes, sir. Good to see you.
Hey, girl. Good to see you, man. Good to see you, good to see you, good to see you.
I'm going to
So you're still in section?
Yes, that's it. Travel East Road, yeah. East Road, yeah. School working around. Yeah, we have to. Very important. Sure.
Awesome job,
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, man, remember me tell you about Mr. Ben?
Oh, yeah.
You remember me tell you about him? I tell you, so when you see him come in, then yes. bucket? You get 2 buckets?
Thursday, Friday.
Such an awesome, well composed presentation. Thank you, sir. I thought you get a great speech now. All right, sir, very proud. Thank you. You have the politics up here? I mean, 3 of them? What are there? 3? No, I just put them the bottom. Somebody just come on, is it too much for somebody? Come on, I like me anyway. You can't just a bucket and no skate here. What you could have stayed this good? You could have stayed here as well. Yeah, you could have stayed here. Come on, that is not this too hard for you. Alright, tell us, can you manage to?
I am well, how are you? I think
So you stay here then?
Yes, you are. Agreed. So they can't space in terms of this. Sure.
Yes.
first thing I did.
So that was like, when you look at it like, you know,
One, two.
And
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. We are behind time, and we know the weather. There are a lot of schools that are dismissing early, and there are some persons that have traveled from far to be here, and so we have to respect the time. So even though I don't see Dr. Smith as yet, I am going to get started until somebody, if somebody could just get to Dr. Smith to just tell him that we are looking to start. I'm going to invite the panelists to take their position. I'm going to give a brief introduction, and they will go further in terms of introducing themselves and their capacity. So Mr. Wright, Dr. Alexander, and Mr. Bent, you could take your position at the head table. I'm going to ask if there could be another microphone provided right here for the panelists. And if you could be so kind, if you know a friend and other persons that should be here, just to send them a message that we are about to reconvene. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that we are refreshed and ready to go again in this reimagining educational leadership for the Caribbean Conference at Church Teachers College. Now we are here for part 2, and this part is going to be very, very interesting. And I am anticipating your participation. And I can tell you we have an esteemed panel. That's my name, sorry? Yeah. A program, okay. We have an esteemed panel here of rich and powerful people in education, and I am going to quickly introduce them. To my furthest to my right is a good friend of mine, and he's becoming more and more powerful in the country, and especially at the new learning level, robotics, animation, that type of thing. He is Mr. Dwayne Bent. He is Principal Director of S.E. Tibet Institute in Chocolate Hole Junction, St. Elizabeth. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Bent, make him feel welcome. And beside him is a friend of mine, role model. He was my supervisor while I was a school leader here. He was our advisor, someone with lots of revolutionary thinking who I think he's just a walking epitome of transformation. And he's the president of the Jamaica Principals. Don't remember all the partners, what they call it, chaps. So he's here, Mr. Lindbergh Wright. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Wright. He also taught me content era reading and English. And beside him we have the Chief Transformation Officer in the Ministry of Education and Youth. And she has a big role to do, and I see the ministry going around with Trent, and I know she will be talking some more about that. We want to support her, and we want her to feel welcome in this moment. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and make welcome Dr. Alexander. And so we're going to start with you, panelists, starting with you, Mr. Bent, and we come and we end with Dr. Alexander. I want you in 5 minutes just to say, based on your own understanding. All right, my apologies, I'm running ahead of myself, so just hold it, panelists. At this time, we're going to have a special item from Church Teachers College Music Society. So let's put our hands together and make welcome Church Teachers College Music Society. No, come on. I know it's cool, I know it's really, what is better than that? Let's put our hands together for the Church Teachers College Music Society.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you feeling this evening? All right. I believe children are our future. Give them way and let them lead the way. Teach them what it's like to play inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us of what we used to be. Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be, and so I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest, the love of all, is happening to me. At least I know the greatest, the love of all is inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. Oh, great love. Greatest. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest, the love of all, is happening to me. At least I know the greatest love of all is inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. Find a special place that you've dreamed of. It leads you to a lonely place. Find your strength in love. In love.
Wow, don't move, man. What's it? May you super. And you sing a song that older, you know. That song older, you. A lot of us used to get up and listen to RGR and listen to that song. What's your name?
Oh, my name is Onike Watson.
Onike Watson. And you're in what year?
I'm in year 1.
You're in year 1. Oh, so you're just starting, man. You're a freshman. Right, funny. I'm just going to give you an encouragement, you see, as we deal with transformation and how powerful this song is. So your first time you want to teach practice, it might be for a couple of weeks. Sing this song before you teach your students. All right? Let's put our hands together for this student as he has graced us with a lovely presentation. And so now we are ready to hear from the panelists. And we're going to be starting with Mr. Bent. Sir, I'm going to ask you and then we will come right until we get to Dr. Alexander. What does reimagining educational leadership in the Caribbean, what is that saying to you in 5 minutes?
Thank you, Sir Graham, my good friend, and all the colleagues at the panel. Everyone, good afternoon, and thanks for giving us the opportunity here from the Heart NSTA Trust. Reimagining educational leadership is clearly, we have to look back at how we get here. The world has seen 4 industrial revolutions. We had the first one in the 1700, the second one in the 18, and the third in the 1900. And we are now in the 4th industrial evolution. We are the most privileged of all the species to have lived through more than one evolution or revolution. We are now living in the 3rd, the 4th, and we are on the cusp of the 5th. What it means in the classroom is that the learning has to be transitioned much faster than it did back in those days. We have to reimagine a society that embraces digital and automated technology in order for us to preserve the space today and to prepare a space for those who are coming in the future. It starts now. We have to understand that today in our society, the technology is evolving and moving the minds of our youths. The learning environment has to be transformed. Leaders have to prepare themselves to create that environment and sustain that environment so that there can be economic growth and for the youths of the future to preserve. At the Heart NSTA Trust, we are transforming all technical skills and embracing new and emerging skills because we refute and reject the narrative that education and skills are mutually exclusive. They are one and the same.
Yes.
Education was designed in the 1800s simply because there was an ethos that people have to be prepared how to exist in society. Society where we interact, socialize, and work. And at that time, the revolution dictates differently our educational system designed to respond to the revolution and the technology at the time. Today, we have to collectively work together in skills and education to ensure that the ecosystem for learning is fully transformed and we integrate and embrace each other. It's a new learning that is there, and artificial intelligence will dominate for the future. We have to have a clear understanding how intelligence works. The human intelligence will supersede all learning opportunities and environment, and artificial intelligence will enhance. But most importantly, collective intelligence, or what we call CI, is what we have to focus on. How the human mind and the technology can integrate and embrace. And in that you'll find that we dominate as humans because we know more than ever have to focus on what is called emotional intelligence. To operate in society, to operate in the workspace and place. Countries all over the world coming together and understanding that the human component will always dominate the technological component. So every environment we set up in the learning opportunity within the Caribbean, we have to ensure that the space is so designed to embrace technology and to pull humans together to interact much better. And emotional intelligence is what must win, or else we'll get back to where we were in the 17th century, where chaos and anarchy used to dominate because we don't know how to communicate, how to work, and to relate to each other. And that will supersede. How I reimagine education is that skills and education must work together. Education makes you trainable, training makes you employable. They are not mutually exclusive. Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful, Mr. Bent. And I know you have a lot more to say, so thank you for respecting the time. And so we get across to this man, he can do no wrong. He's Mr. Right. So all the ladies looking for Mr. Right, he's right here. So Mr. Right, tell us about this reimagining of educational leadership in the Caribbean.
Thank you, Sean. And I think for those of us who listen to Professor Thompson, one of the things that he spoke to was talking about values, right? I think it's about the second time we're appearing together. We had appeared at Michael together. And one of the things that I keep pushing is, third time, right, is values in education. And I want to start with a friend of mine. When I went to college, he was maybe one of the biggest jokers But he said one of the most profound things to us when we met the other day in Portland. He said that in Jamaica, if we are spending $100 on education, we are spending $99 to tell the children to behave themselves. Right? And it sounds simple, but I'm using this as a preamble to saying that a reimagined education has got to help us to focus on values. I want to just put it out there that I'm for the STEAM education, the STEM education, I'm for innovation, I'm for many of those things. But I want to read a little quote to you, right? And this is coming out of a book that is written kind of in honor of Lee Kuan Yew, but it's a quote by him, his educational legacy. And it says, as they were transforming education in Singapore, they're just giving a story of it. They quoted him to say, but even more important, they, which are the schools, must teach our students high standards of personal behavior, social norms of good and bad, right and wrong. Without these values, a literate generation may be more dangerous than a completely uneducated one. Right? I just want those things to soak, because a lot of times we think about education. Right now, it's a good thing, but the fad is STEM education, talking about innovation, talking about many of those things. But when most of us are going home in the evenings, what's happening in Jamaica now? We're worried whether or not we're going to get it safely. It is because there's a crisis of values, and I don't think that our education system is sufficiently addressing that. So what my thing is that a reimagined education system must think of balance, because there's a drive now in the world to make most of us consumers without being thinking people. So you watch the obesity taking place now. Many of us are sick and we're stressed out because I think we're not teaching balance. So we're teaching people to partake in plenty without improving themselves. There's a thing in the Siddhartha which says nurture strength of spirit. I want to see an education system that is teaching us. So you see, we're talking about the Bomfords and that kind of thing. Guidance counselors will help, right? Or social workers will help. Having a system in the ministry will help. But if it is that we don't ensure that our education system prepares people to deal with things like this, because all the innovations that are coming, they are going to come with consequences that we are going to teach people to have to be better human beings. So the emotional intelligence that is spoken of by Bent is something that we have got to spend a lot of time on. One other thing that I want to talk about again, and Ken spoke to it too, is critical thinking. There is a cognitive psychologist, an American cognitive psychologist, Herbert Simon. He said that children learn only from those things they do and those things they think about. If you don't get them to do and think, they're not going to learn. One of the things that I find that we have to address, and I was saying it to Dr. Faith here, we are afraid to say that a real challenge in our education system is how we as principals and teachers approach our jobs. The truth is that we are afraid of criticism. We get very defensive about that kind of thing. And there is no way we can change education, because what prevails now, and I say it to you, I have done on a church here, I do it with my staff, and I'm doing it to other staff. When I do critical thinking workshops, we as teachers, we require children to think critically. But if you ask us to define some of these skills that are involved in critical thinking, we can't. And I'm not saying we don't know. But if I say, tell me what an inference is, how can you teach a child if it is that yourself not clear about it? What is problem solving? What is analysis? What is synthesis? If we can't define that and write them into our plans to actually help children as focused, deliberate ways of teaching them, we are going to have a problem. And what leadership needs to be doing is to helping teachers to define these things and teach them. More of us as principals have got to either get the persons to help teachers to do these things, because I think what we're doing a lot in our society is that we are talking critical thinking, but we're not doing it. We're not doing it. And a reimagined education system has got to be doing those things. And it's just two quick things. One, if it's not getting us to think about values, this country is not going to be the safe place we want it to be, because we could build 1 million highways We're going to build them and we're going to take up the dead bodies of it because people don't have the values to drive on the streets. They don't understand how to work with each other. We can build 1 million houses and we are going to buy the houses for billions of dollars maybe down the road, but don't live in peace because people don't know how to live harmoniously with each other because we have not taught the kind of values. So we'll talk some more about these things. You know, I'm getting at a point where I could just go on and on about it, but
I know
we can talk about these things. And I'm happy for this, and I hope that, you know, as we go along, at least, as the young man says, we'll have a way of practicing these things, putting these things in practice that we're going to be talking about today. Thank you very much.
Well said, Mr. Wright, and you can just juxtapose Mr. Ben looking at the new learning, the technologies, emotional intelligence, and Mr. Wright speaking of the value system and the thinking. Dr. Alexander from the ministry, it's not your time.
I'm going to speak from my perspective at first, and then juxtapose that with the Ministry of Education. For me, a reimagined educational leader is one who is a servant leader, one who puts the children, you know, at the forefront of their practice, and one who leads from the front. As a principal, even here in Jamaica, one of the things, having come back from the United States, right? And I know a lot of people say, oh, we compare ourselves to the United States, right? We want to act like we're a first world. The truth is, when a lot of our teachers leave here, things that they aren't doing here, they go to the United States and they comply and they do it. But when they're asked to do it here, right, you know, it is a huge pushback that they get. But one of the things I've found here is that as a leader, we need to be more visible in our schools. We need to lead from the front, right? We need to know what good practice looks like. What does good instruction look like? Do we know the curriculum, right? I have gone to some schools here and the NSC is still in the shrink wrap. It is not being implemented. I have gone to schools again, and the principal is just sitting in the office, right? Myself, as a principal here in Jamaica, the first time I went into a classroom walkthrough, the teacher said to me, "Can I help you?" So I'm like, yes, I'm here to, you know, observe. It's not a gotcha. It's about seeing what good instruction looks like. How are the children being engaged, right? As a reimagined educational leader, we need to be au fait with what the new technology is. We need to embrace what the technology is. We need to be constantly, I think Kanook spoke about lifelong learning, right? Every single occupation does professional development and continuing education. Why is it that as teachers and educators, we aren't doing that as well? You know, we are asked to do it, but it's not mandated. Again, if we talk about the United States, right, that is a part of being professionally certified. Every year you have to be certified and you have to do a certain amount of credits. We don't have that here. You know, it's a lot of teachers feel that, okay, I have gone through teachers college, so my learning is done. How are we preparing ourselves to prepare our children? So for me, a reimagined curriculum or reimagined curriculum and educational leader is one who, must love children. Because there are some of us who are in the profession who don't like children, and that's the plain truth. You must love children, one. You must speak to children. I have been in some schools and I see the teacher standing or sitting at their desk. The children come in and not even a hello. There's no engagement. You know, we need to have these conversations with the children. How can we help them to become better citizens, right? How can we know, okay, so he's sleeping in class. Why is he sleeping? If you don't have a conversation, you didn't know that, boy, they don't have any light at home or he didn't eat last night or so on. That is part of being a servant leader. We have to be able to serve our children, and then we'll get the better outcomes and results from our children.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Put your hands together for Dr. Alexander. Thank you, Doctor, for speaking from the heart first, and then we segue into the ministry requirement, because the leadership demands to find out who we are. And that's why transformation begins with me. And so I'm just going to ask a question for the panelists to respond to, and then the studio audience, I'm going to be asking that we are engaged for this round, because I know there are questions, and many times part of the thing, Mr. Wright, is the hopelessness. Always looking at the system and always pointing the finger. And I always say to leadership that is the easy way out. And, I am asking all of us here, regardless of our position, because we can lead from the front, the middle, or the back. Leadership is about who we are. I'm going to ask the first question, and I want you to think about it. I think the two major questions that need to be answered by our education system, and I hear you speaking to it, is our high level of crime and violence and aggression, because some of it don't even manifest itself in necessary violence, but that's how we deal with each other, and our economy. I think if we get these two major problems solved or begin to deal with it in a positive way, then we will begin to see transformation in our nation. And so I'm asking the panelists, so what do you think education can do in a practical way to address these two major issues of society, or to answer these two fundamental questions of society? Starting with you, Mr. Bennett.
Thanks for the question, Sir Graham. Crime and, of course, the economy. Yeah. When you look at it, and we started off with the right discussion as it relates to the social integration. One could simply argue, in the first world countries where everything is provided, proper social security, education is free, health is free, and there are job opportunities for those natives, there still exists crime and violence and massacres. So for Jamaica, an island nation less than 3 million people, and today our employment rate is on the rise. Why is there still crime and violence? What can be done by education and skills training to change that? For me, simple, is that the Jamaican society needs to embrace different set of commitment towards nation building and to preserve the future for our future generation. It has to be a collective will and integration. There's more than enough opportunity for education in Jamaica to be made accessible to people. In recent time, we made all our programs up to the level 4 free of cost. But yet 2 months ago, there's a call that they can't find 750,000 people. They're not in the workforce, they are trainable, but they are not in training. The programs are free. We provide a free meal, and for many of the programs, we provide stipend. And now we have taken on the LIFT program, where we are training over 500 youths just exit high school, paying them approximately $80,000 with a commitment to scholarship and other benefits when they leave. But yet still, we had a challenge. It took us almost 3 months to find 500 Jamaicans just leaving high school, meeting the criteria to come forward from across the entire country. So we want to train people to drive the economy, and we want to remove people who are at risk and unattached from places of influence where they will indulge in crime and those unacceptable behavior to come into a training space. And it's difficult. Why? There's not a collective will. We have to first recognize that education and training is what will take us out of crime and let our society be as prosperous as can be. So we get the education, we build the foundation, we move into training or higher education for those who want to at different levels, and the society will regenerate and produce persons who are productive in a society that one can live at peace. Now, what is the challenge with that?
is that there still lives the belief that there is exclusive reaction between education and training. And so there is a divide. From early, there's the bright and there's the dumps. There are those who go to college and those who go to art because they're not bright. And the parents said you must become lawyers and doctors, and they don't believe in skill. And all of those things mix up and mess up the mind from early. So the values my brother speak of here get messed up from early. Because in that kindergarten class, there is division. How can we at the early childhood bring together that unity and integration where there is no class and no division? How can we build the education system like that? The very arrangement of the classroom sometimes speaks the language. The brighter ones at the front get different work and the others separate. Why not put the brighter ones to help the other ones? We went to Finland on a study tour in May. And in Finland, the first thing they tell us that, look, we have the same challenges you have. One of the biggest challenges in Finland right now is that we have a depleting labor force. But you don't see us on the media, you don't see us crying. We are working to build. And so you have the vet system, you have the education system. And the heads of both entities are at the same complex. No division. In the environment, when we go into the classroom, we don't see desk, chair, desk, chair. What you saw is just like we're sitting here, there's another set of chair there. They face each other. So we learn to speak together rather than speak at each other. The environment is set up so that they collaborate and they work together. In the space and place of work, no matter how bright you are, when you go into the workplace, there are persons there with diverse competence, and you all have to come together and work to make it happen. They said that in the Association of Doctors, the one who graduated at the bottom of the class, when they all graduate, everybody's doctor. You understand? So at the end, at the kindergarten stage, we have to tell them that they are all the same, because some of them think that their future is predetermined, and yours, you're going on the drain because you never learned to do 2 by 2, and you have challenged with certain kind of mathematics or science and all those things. When you have different learning challenges, there is technology now to help everybody. When they have dyslexia, it no matter, there's technology to help everybody to balance that early childhood system. And that is where we have to correct it from. The mindset. It is said that when a human being reaches ages 2 to 3, their brain is fully developed. And their understanding of the world not changed much. And that's why you realize that some adults have the same kind of behavior from them young, because the shaping has to take place from early. And so you give them all the opportunity and they still relate to crime. Those among us today who are doctors and have any amount of master's degree, when they go in the banking system and they are thief the money, and they perpetuate the crime because there were some misvalues from early. They had it in their thoughts, but they understand and they do the schoolwork and so on. The late great Mahatma Gandhi said that, right? Don't let schooling interfere with your education. Every day we learn, and the moment we stop learning, we start to fall. And so we have to help them to balance. Crime is the output of inputs in our society. If we left them in kindergarten and never spend the time to help them to get that concept, they are coming for you when they become adults and they are on the street. So don't worry about the crime. Focus on the transformation of the mind and let us together work to start it early. We went to Brazil on a study mission, and in Brazil, you had to get approval from the government at the time if you want to do a first degree or a master's. In Germany, when we went there, it was the same, because the industry, the economy is predetermined what sustainability is required for the future generation. Japan does it as well. And so we have to put systems in place to preserve the generation that is coming. Or else it's going to be worse.
Wow. I want to stop your preacher. Because that time, I see that the preacher, evangelistic zeal of Mr. Bent is on him. Jeremiah said, I feel like there's fire shut up in my bone. We're going to come back to you, but we're just watching the time. Is that right?
Alright, just quickly. I hardly think that the responses to how education can assist with crime and the economy difficult. The truth is that we know. You know, we talk, all of us here, education is the key to success. But I think there are just some things that we are not doing in the way we ought to do to get that sorted out. It's part of what I said before. But we can't spend $1,700 per year on a high school student and expect much better. We can't, right? We can't spend only $250 per year or $2,500 per year. No, sorry, it should be $1,700 per month, I think, right? And $2,500 or $250 per month on a primary child and expect better, right? If it is that we are saying education is going to be, and every single country that Kenneth spoke of this morning, whatever he said, there was a priority on education at all levels. There was a priority on education at all levels. And if we're going to have a priority on education at all levels, there are teachers who want to do particular things with children. They know that this young man has some adverse childhood experience and is going to manifest itself in crime. Every one of us is a teacher. We know from a child enters grade 1 where they're going to go. We know that teachers are that good, and it's not any prophetic thing teachers have. In your high school, sir, you can know. The tragedy is that although we know, we are not providing the kind of resources to help them to do that. That's one of the problems. And if we're going to be dealing with crime, what you see happening now, and it's going to be a critique of government and not just this present government, you cannot put on the back end your solutions. We're building more police stations, we're training more soldiers, we're training more police, we're spending more money to feed prisoners, while our schools are lacking in the kind of resources that could prevent those things happening. Exactly. If we want to deal with crime, we have got to get into prevention and put our money into prevention, yes, and not just saving face. Yes, sir. In terms of the economy, one of the things that I think, you know, when Jamaicans leave and go overseas, Dr. Faith can tell you, I tell people, once Jamaicans enter the embassy, they start joining lines. My friend Sean can tell you, it's hell to get students to join lines at school. Right? But once Jamaicans, the most outrageous of them, you pass on the road of embassy, the lines are beautiful. Because they know that the society requires it and they don't know about it. One of the things that is really killing us in dealing with our economy, in my mind, is corruption. And I was talking about people taking things. Jamaicans are demotivated because, for example, jobs are politically given. So a lot of our best position in Jamaica, the best qualification, so although we say school, the most pronounced qualification you can have is a good labor right or a good PNP. We have to move around those kind of things we want to build the economy. Economy has to be built on merit. And so it has to be a best innovator who can build the robots, who must go there. Can't be the best labor right or the best PNP. That's one of the problems that I think is affecting our economy. The other thing that's affecting our economy, and many people don't want to say, is the same private sector. Our same private sector, to me, is interested in profit and not in people's development. So you know, the government has given some kind of incentive now in terms of salaries to people. The private sector is bawling that it's too much. Right? We have got to move away from this kind of thinking where we just think that it's profit. The countries that invest in people, in training them, in paying them so that they can live. It's an important thing in how you build the economy, to me. I never studied business, but I know that one of the things that people are happy about in countries that are doing well is that the system of social justice, them can feel justice in how the systems work. So we have got to ensure that we have that if it is that we want the economy to work. Because what you hear, the final point I make, what you hear from the scammers is that when they go to work, what they get, it not work out. There are people in my community in Trelawney now who what they are doing, they are working in the hotels. But when they go down there, right, most of that profit is repatriated, but these people are only paying their fare and to go to work and go back home. No society can feel good to work with that. Many of our Jamaicans who are here, when they go overseas, they can send back money to build a house with the same skills that they develop here. So I don't think that the skills are not here. It's just that within our economy, there isn't sufficient incentive for people to be highly productive. And I think that's where we have to start, you know, and I don't know if it's the education system that needs to do that. Because I heard Professor Miller say one thing, you know, that we are turning out many more people than this private sector can employ. They have to go overseas. So the private sector is lying, right? I don't buy this thing that we don't have enough people to work in Jamaica. What we are not doing is that we're not paying them, so they're not staying here.
That's right. All right. Thank you, evangelist and the prophet. So we now welcome the missionary.
Boy, that's a tough act to follow. So I'm going to speak about transformation and the Jamaica Education Report. In 2021, the Prime Minister commissioned the Patterson Report. And so Professor Patterson came back after many, many months of doing a deep dive into the educational system and came up with some 365 recommendations that, if implemented with fidelity, we should transform the entire educational landscape. They have been divided into 7 areas, 7 thematic areas, which we now call the 7 pillars of change. And one of them that I know Lynn Verne spoke about very passionately is about resources. And that is pillar 7, which is finance. And that particular pillar speaks to how we resource our educational institutions. So when you take a look at how education is funded now, right? Everybody gets the same amount of money, whether you're at Immaculate or you are at some other school, whether you're at Armanity, right? And the truth is, schools like Immaculate, who, you know, where the parents are more affluent and they have a very robust alumni association, are better off than some other schools like a Denham Town or so on, right? So it cannot be that there is a one-size-fits-all model for every single school, every single child. It cannot be. So that is all a part of the transformational effort that this funding model is going to be looked at. And of course, eventually will be, I say eventually, because I know we have some skeptics in the audience, but that is all a part of transformation. You will appreciate that there are some short, medium, and long-term goals, and the funding model, which is going to take some time, is one of the long-term goals, but it is going to be undertaken as part of the transformation. Another thing that I wanted to speak about in terms of education and our national development is we need to think about our parents as a huge stakeholder group. And we only have to look across society to see, you know, what crime is. And it is, research has shown, and it is clear in Jamaica, that there has been a breakdown in the family structure. Most of our parents are young and are totally disengaged. To that end, the National Parenting Support Commission, which is an entity that came out of the last transformation effort, is embarking on a very aggressive campaign where they are training 100,000 parents this year in skills such as, you know, how to be engaged in your child's school life. How do you have a conversation with your child's teacher? How can you help them with homework? Do you know what the child is learning? And so on. So we want to engage parents to show them that there is value in education, right? It's not just about sending the kid to school and, they've gone to school, so it's a babysitting service. That's not what school or education is about. So in terms of TREND, which is the acronym for Transforming Education for National Development, we know the value of education. We know that, as Canute said earlier, it really is about rule following, but we need to be able to color outside of the box, right? Which is why we are transforming. Transformation means that we are taking a radical approach to shake up what is there now as education. I may probably get crucified for that, but it is what it is. We cannot expect to have national development with the system that we currently have where children are failing.
True. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Alexander, and I'm going to prepare the room now for questions, but I want to say something, and I'm going to take chairman privilege in that. I find that leadership at schools and talking principals and teachers, we are very condescending when we deal with people. I believe humility in leadership is very important. I want to use some words and I want us to think about it, especially as it relates to primary school and the trajectory where a person's life have taken because of some of these words. Lazy, ugly, failure, copycat, dunce bat, black, stupid, useless, and the famous one, you're not come out to nothing. Not only primary school, we can go as far as early childhood, it's in secondary school, but I might be even in college. The point I'm making though is that there needs to be a change of leadership, and speaking of school principals now. Because there was a time where principals ruled with fear and also information. The principal was the only one who had certain knowledge. The principal was the one who had certain access. And I think school leaders and teachers, we have to now begin to adjust this a bit. Our mindset to the access to information by children, to the fact that children have content that we have and sometimes they can even go ahead of us. And as we look to reimagine education, it is something that, and it's about leadership, because it's leadership that sets the tone, that I believe leadership has to become more humble and operate in love. All right, I'm now opening this floor for questions for the panelists. And I'm going to be inviting, sir, could you come with one of the mic for me, please? To move around with the mic, I want the persons in the audience to ask questions. And you can direct your question to the entire panelists, or you can select an individual person for which you have questions. We want to leave from here today transformed, because transformation begins with me. And I want us to ask the question. We have a panel, a very astute panel, and they can answer the questions. We have someone that is in training, and he's saying we need to stop this distinction between education and skills and education and training and deal with everything together. We have Mr. Wright, and I can tell you, Mr. Wright is a transformational man, and we have Dr. Alexander from the ministry. So we have different aspects, and they come with their different expertise. So I want us to ask them the question, even as we seek to transform the institution to which we are employed or to which we have children going. All right, let me see the answer to the first question. All right. And I'm going to ask that as you ask the question, just tell us your name and the institution to which you're associated for our benefit.
Good afternoon. Nyhoda Moore Clark, Montebello Community College. Dr. Alexander, I support what has been said this morning. I'm in agreement. But my concern is that education seems to go early childhood, primary, secondary, and stops there. Even in the delivery of what is happening in the room. I'm not here in the college, I teach at a college level. We fall under the Ministry of Education, therefore we are a government entity. And a lot of time, I get the feeling as if to say, decisions and policies are made, and then we have the round hole square peg situation. it is made, and then at the college, a round hole is dug, and then at the college, we are a square peg fitting into that round hole. So a lot of times, when the decisions are made on the forefront, the colleges seem to get left behind. I know some development have been done with the tertiary unit, and they are looking at it, but I'm still thinking that a lot needs to be done. Even when you're thinking about training future leaders, we talk about training future leaders for the primary, secondary, but I am thinking that when it comes to the colleges, it's sort of, there is some difference, and even when you do training programs, they are not addressed. You are being prepared to be a primary school principal or a secondary, but at the college level, I think that there are a lot of differences, and you don't see even those differences being addressed in the programs that you're doing. So I am kind of concerned about that education or whatever the government is doing to transform stops at the secondary level. That's all. Maybe it's just not a question but a statement. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that observation. I will tell you that the higher education policy is currently being developed, and again, another policy. Since I've been in the ministry, I've heard about policy and draft policy and green paper and white paper and so on, right? Oh, sorry. Orange paper. But I know that there are consultations that are going to be held with the tertiary, through the tertiary unit, to address some of those issues that you just spoke of. Because we don't want the tertiary folks to feel as if they are the red-headed stepchildren in the whole educational landscape. Tertiary has its own pillar on the transformation. So it is an important part of the whole transformational effort. So please, just be patient just a little while longer while we start with the implementation and the consultation to, and invite you to have these conversations with the tertiary unit.
Well, just to add to that, and maybe a question for you too. One of the things when I was coming to think about reimagined leadership is that I think that one of the things that we don't pay sufficient attention to is the research that we have available in Jamaica. And I think because we are not as research informed and research driven, Canute and my colleague up there, is one of the reasons I think we don't pay enough attention to tertiary education. Because to me, the research that should drive what is happening in education really ought to come from there. And I'm going to make a point now. To me, right, as much as I'm a part of ETOC, it is an insult that it is a banker who heads ETOC. Right? And I'm saying it loud. It's an insult, the person who heads, and it's not a critique of Dr. Stokes himself. But when we choose a banker to deal with a reform in education, it is speaking to a level of disregard for your tertiary people. Right? The persons who made the plan that Doc here is going to be dealing with, and it's not a critique of you again, is the Mona School of Business. Right? And my thing, so there are some things that we've got to look at in terms of how we're dealing with things. Isn't it that we have enough people within the tertiary and the education system to be doing some of these things? But the big point I'm making is that to me, if it is that there were enough regard for research and the research work that is being done at tertiary institutions, I think we would pay more attention to giving them, because the other point that needs to be made, and I know Canute knows that, it is that those countries where their education system is research driven and research is funded well, they grow. They grow. And madam, maybe that's one of the things that need to happen. You know, the research about how we can improve primary education, how we can improve needs maybe to come from the tertiary sector, so that the regard maybe, or the recognition of the research that is done is something that needs to be there to ensure that. But the big thing for me, if we don't get research, as all of these countries talk about with innovation, get a research and development fund that drives the everything, right? And at Killing Heart, it's wonderful, but it's about training. What about the research that drives Heart? What about the research that drives our Ministry of Education itself? Doesn't even seem to have a research arm. but we're talking transformation. How can you have faith in it if you don't have that? A reimagined education system that's properly led must have a research arm so that your best ideas, because I don't have no problems with consultation, you know. But if you put 1 million people in a room and you consult with them and they don't have the research, what you conclude is not going to make no sense.
Just an opinion.
Yeah.
Just their opinion. All right. So we have more questions. Sir? All right. Thank you. I want to say, just say your name, your institution.
Stacey and Dockery, Mr. Megan High School for the Deaf, Gordon Town, St. Andrew. So I'm representing the special education population, and I think I got my courage from my colleague right there to make a recommendation as well that the special ed students need to be included. And when I say included, I don't just mean for the general education system where you have students with intellectual disabilities, but the segregated schools, the schools for the deaf, the schools for the blind, the schools for the intellectual disabilities. How can the education system, which is promoting inclusion, promoting transformation, and all of these lovely words, carry out pilots, but don't include the special education institutions?
Why, that's a bouncer. Who is going to take that? Dr. Alexander? I wonder if you played cricket when you were in primary school. All right, Dr. Alexander will make comment, and then if the gentlemen wish to.
I must tell you that special education is very near and dear to my heart because I am special education trained and certified. So I am well aware of the varying abilities of our children. And as you know, the goal of transformation is that we want to provide an inclusive educational system, which means all children who are otherwise able are to have an equitable educational experience, just as a regular child in general education. So it is my fervent wish to be having those conversations with the special ed unit to have a more inclusive and collaborative conversation when these pilots and so on are being undertaken.
Just to say that when it comes down to inclusivity, I just said that at my school, for example, I have maybe about, because I don't refuse children. I really just try to work with it. I may not have the facilities, and that's the frustrating thing for me.
Yeah.
Right? That you don't refuse. I for example don't refuse a girl who was in school and got pregnant and is coming back. Right? That's inclusion for me. Right? I have people at school who are, in fact I did ramps at school long before I hear them talking about that. In fact, in my mind, as a principal, if you're thinking inclusion, you don't even wait on the ministry for that. In my mind, to be honest with you. Right? So if you're looking at it in terms of that, but where I would go with my colleague now is that when you look at our education system, diversity, in fact, we have an education system for the students who are so-called bright. And many of us, if you want to know how we realize that inclusion is not really paid any serious attention, when results come out to say how many people want to transfer to certain kinds of schools. Right? Because you know what is happening. Even a parent who might know about a school for specially impaired is going to want to send them to certain schools that have name. Because we have not sufficiently educated ourselves about what special education is. And I think that's where a reimagined education system has to start from. Where we recognize that our education system is not good enough until it is going to take the best care of the minority. Right? So it doesn't matter how everything is, but the people who are minority and underprivileged are the people that we have got to take care of. And it means now that schools have got to get, in a reimagined education system, schools have got to get special funding and the kind of staffing that is going to be helping these kids. So a child comes in school and teachers are there saying them dunce and them frustrating and give all kind of trouble.
What kind of diagnostic system exists is a fool for that person. Every single school to me that is properly reimagined should have a proper diagnostic center. And if it is that child is diagnosed and the child can't be assisted there ought to be somewhere that child ought to go. We don't have enough of that. And I hope that the reimagined system in, for example, the transform system is going to be dealing with those kinds of things.
All right, so Sir Ben, anything at the tertiary level as it relates to?
Yeah, I'm just listening and I'm thinking that what I think would be good, and in the last statement, Sir Wright mentioned, he said somewhere, and that's my question. I think there needs to be a facility exists in Jamaica that can accommodate all of those special needs persons at the highest level. And if it even exists, it needs to be more actively involved and properly funded. I ask the question, in terms of funding, why is the private sector not coming forward to fund education? Or are they not doing enough? In many countries, this is how research and all these things are funded by the private sector. Or is it that we're not engaging them enough? We have a lot of international sponsorship that we get from time to time, but the private sector. And if many times when they come with funding, are we putting the fund where we really ought to be putting it to facilitate this development and research? And I think we need to focus on that some more. We need centers of excellence, or you call it, those spaces that these talents can be identified and put to nurture and serve as an example for those upcoming, that we can amplify this kind of achievement in our country. And so we get a broader acceptance of our special needs persons. And because it goes beyond education, what is it like in the workspace? Most times, they're entrepreneurs and not in the employed space. And our employers open up the doors and setting the resources in their companies, their business places to accommodate these special needs people. And these answers to these questions are to be the drivers to want us to capture them more in our educational system and develop them. So that most of the time you find them in skills. We have our Leap Center in Kingston, and after them go there and they learn skills. And we take them into all our training centers and they develop special skills. And I tell you something, when you find them in the training institutions, they're really good at what they do. I remember teaching some years ago a guy that has one hand in Portland as an electrical instructor, and he was always the first one to finish his practical. And everybody just want to know why money is like this. Because it's all mental. He's committed and determined to do the best. And we see them featured all over the world. And people wonder, they're without hands, without foot, ears, and all those things, and they're doing well at skills and different things that they do because of how the opportunity they were given. So we need to create more opportunity and seek more sponsorship. And we need to drive the private sector to come on board with the government. Because we know they cry with the government and there's many priorities. And but we can have a balance in the society because the private sector have money too.
Yeah.
And apart from the private sector, there are money sitting in a lot of fund associations with government that needs to be knocked up and bring to the fore.
And we put it in the right place. Yes. It's about acting in love. All these persons are human beings and we have to embrace them. So thank you very much, panelists. Mrs. Bell. Okay. All right, he's right here with the mic, so I'm going to allow her, and then you, Mrs. Bell. Oh, there's somebody? All right. So we'll have you, Mrs. Bell, so I'll ask you to use here, and then Miss, and then we go back to the other person. All right, so you can go ahead. Yes, and then I'll have Mrs. Bell, and then we'll take the next person.
Thank you, Sharon Mercer, Montego Bay Community College. Two things. One, the business. I hear the conversation. Mr. Wright said that ETOC is headed by a banker. So my question is, it's obvious that we are somewhat engaged in the private sector and so on, but how do we engage them? Initially, the conversation about crime, we spoke about the inequity or the treatment. So when you go to work, what you get paid, and that kind of determines whether or not I want to go to work, whether I have a skill or not. So I'm wondering how education can, or the system here, because this conference, we don't have any business personnel, but I don't know if any of the business heads even came. How are we engaging them? Do we say, listen, when we train these people, the minimum they should get paid is this amount? Can we drive that conversation in business? I mean, it's not just to get them to fund things, but to pay people right, so that we can actually see some improvement in that regard. So my question is, how do we really engage them? Just to sit on the boards, and what next? How do we get that total involvement? Because education is everybody's business. The second question is assessment and appraisals. So as I listened, I hear us talking about the values and all the other things. But when we get back to school, we are faced with a curriculum and an assessment period. And so even if I see a lot of problems in my class and I want to spend half hour to just help that child to learn to share and to care, and I have tests coming up. My child is in grade 1 and they had a whole week of assessment. And when I went in to see what the results were, it was really about whether he can come, know his numbers, know this, know that. There was nothing on it about whether he was able to share, how he interacted. That kind of thing is missing from the assessment. So when we speak here, and we talk about these lovely things, when we go back to the classroom, there's a dissonance in what is being said and what is being expected. The teachers are then appraised. So I spent the time teaching my students how to be kind and loving and all of that. And somewhat, they didn't get so high on the math test, the integrated studies test. And then I'm appraised to say, boy, the students will learn things versus class, and you know? So the whole system is setting me up to just make sure there's A over there. And the other things that we really need get left behind. So the appraisal system, the assessment system, when we talk about transformation, we cannot ignore that in the conversation.
I would like to answer number 2, Ms. Morris, with the permission of the panelists. You see, a lot of it is about leadership and courageous leadership. I'm going to speak from my own experience now. We had a 3-day retreat as a staff at Magati, and when we looked at the results were not pleasing. And what we identified was that there were many students that were coming into the system and they were unable to read. And what we said at the retreat, we were going because we have the ability as school leaders to modify the curriculum. And what we said, and it's a process, so I'm not saying we are there as yet, but the decision that we took was that we are going to de-emphasize content. And there are certain things that we are going to focus on. First, we have to get the students reading as a fundamental skill. Because what we find is that students are not really interested in coming to school. They really hate school. They are just coming to frustrate you, and they themselves are frustrated. And within a frustrating environment, you're only going to have sporadic success. So we took the decision that we were going to slow down, regardless of the outcomes, because there are 2 things that is happening in the space that we are currently engaged. It's not like before when you write on slate and the information is gone forever. The students have the ability to use the technologies to get information. The teacher is not the bastion of content anymore. And so if you provide a love for learning, an interest in concept, the students can always go and do the work by themselves. But it's about the mindset, and what I'm saying is that transformation begins with me. And sometimes, as leaders, we have to take the onus of the ministry within our own space, based on the kinds of students we get, the profile of students. We have to make some decisions as school leaders, as boards, that based on my school, I am going to make this decision. It comes with consequences. I'm coming to this. It comes with consequences. But if you are thinking a long-term approach, and if you are thinking that regardless of the consequences, the results over time will come back in a positive way, and we are prepared to take that risk.
I'm just going to follow up to ask, how do you reconcile that approach with what is going to be expected at the end of the
I told them I'm taking my mind off that.
If I may jump in on that, one of the things I'm doing now at my school, because you asked about that, because again, one of the things, as you're saying, we have got to sort of, in fairness to the ministry, one of the things that is promoted was service learning. But you see, one of the things is that in our mindsets as educators, this is the way we were educated, when results come out, that's the time we have the biggest discussions about education. Because we are so results driven, so CXE time, GSAT time, nervous time, everything, right? But when we're going home in the evenings, every evening we're nervous because the values not taken care of, right? We have got to be looking at those things. One of the things that we have got to do, my colleague, is that as teachers, we have got to take charge of education. Yes. We are allowing education to be run by others. You see, I hear, and I'm going to answer the first question with this. I am not a fan of the private sector getting too involved in education the way people want to get involved. Because when they get involved, they are the ones who feed the corruption because they want back something because they're in it for profit. Right? Oh, it is our government. It is our government that when it comes down to funding, that must commit to ensuring that there is at least a minimum that is committed to each school in Jamaica, to each child. If the private sector give anything, it must be broader. But what we must not do is that we must not have ourselves, and it happens to universities, so we can tell you that. When you have to depend on them, they determine what your agenda is. And if a private sector determines that the agenda is just going to be about profit and that kind of thing, we have national imperatives that what the private sector care about is why look at it. Just one quick thing. Reporting on profits, if any of you remember, maybe 25 years ago used to be annually. It's quarterly now. Why do you think it's quarterly? It's quarterly because their priority is how much we make. It's not how many human beings we make become better. We as citizens, as I heard Kendall say, we have got to advocate with our government. We have got to be interested in the process to ensure that we agitate for these kinds of things. So we have got to say to government, look here, at the tertiary level, you can't be funding it like this. Right? You can't be saying to the young man who went to Magoti and passed 5 subjects with 5 2s that you can't go and then decay and pass something that you can't go to school because you can't get a guarantee of a student loan or you don't have the money any at all. Any country that is doing that, we have a problem with that. Those are the things that I think we're not requiring of government. We are saying private, there's no private sector is interested in that. You know what private sector is interested in? Private sector is interested in public relations. So they are going to fund the children who are doing well anyway. So private sector comes into education now, but they come and they give a price to the ones who are doing well anyway. Hardly the ones who need the help the most. And if our government cannot guarantee that kind of thing, we are going to continue to have many of the issues that we're having. So we have got to think, how we look at the whole thing. But the 2 main points, one, let's be careful about how we say private sector should be involved in education. Let's think about that carefully. They should be involved, but how? And the other thing quickly is that we just need to understand that we ourselves as principals, as Sean is saying, can do certain things. We can report on these things in terms of values ourselves and not wait on ministry to do it.
Yeah, I want to mention something too, Mr. Wright, before we get to the next question. Because you see, a lot of times the state must understand that it's not a favor that they are doing to us. These are taxpayers' money. We are the poorest of the poor in our country, through GCT, through paying their light bills, contribute to a fund that should be organized, and the citizen should work with the government in terms of determining our priorities. The state has this responsibility. All right, we want to take the next question. You, sir. All right.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So my name is Javin McNichol, and I'm a student at...
What's your surname, sir?
McNichol. Javin McNichol.
It's the first time hearing that one.
Yes, sir. Right. All right. So, Mr. Moderator would have mentioned about empathy or the lack thereof in the landscape of educational leadership. So, my question to the panelists: how do you see the role of empathy evolving in modern leadership practices?
Empathy. All right, so we want 2 panelists to take that. The role of empathy in modern leadership?
Alright.
Like a hot potato.
Alright, to answer your question, as I said earlier in my opening, it's one of the things that will dominate how we move forward in the world. They said that in this space, there are three things that will enable technology to exist in the work of world. They have natural language programming, machine learning, and computer vision. Those are the feeders for artificial intelligence and so on. And so the person who is very conversant or competent with those technology may not need to integrate or communicate with anybody. They lock up in one corner and they can exist, create work, earn money, and don't do anything. And that is bad. So that person may not want to engage in exercise empathy and so on. And so for the leader, what is important in that space is that we put people to understand that intelligence, the emotional intelligence, that the world cannot exist like that. And so the over-reliance on technology is one of the greatest disadvantage, with technology. They call it over-reliance. There has to be an acute balance, right? And so it starts from how we assign duties and teach people to become leaders, group leaders, and how they relate and integrate with each other. And that will manifest in time as they become servant leaders, as adults, that they have to empathize. People have to understand that in a society such as today, there are many challenges with the people who you work with, the people who you play with, the people who you associate with. And that level of tolerance and understanding have to coexist so that where there is a deficit in person's behavior and also delivery of their assignment, you can empathize and try to understand what brings about this imbalance and help them to gain back balance as you move along in society. And so, while technology is there to manifest and improve on person's performance and delivery, we have to have a balance, not over-reliance on technology and AI and all those things, but that that basic human existence and interaction must be maintained in whatever we do. And the leader is to ensure that that exists in every situation he creates for work or socialization or integration as he progresses.
When I first started speaking, I spoke about being a servant leader, and that includes being someone who shows empathy. However, if you are someone, and we should all show empathy in a myriad of situations, being empathic does not mean that you are a pushover. Being empathic means that you can see things from somebody else's point of view, and you can relate to that person. But there has to be a balance. You can be empathic, but you can also be firm. So there is a balance between, being an empathic leader and being a servant leader. But that is a great quality to have as an educational leader.
You can go ahead too. I'm working with that.
Okay.
All right. I have a concern. As we reimagine education and leadership through the transformation of education, I have a concern that the allocation of funds after high school needs to be revisited. I think what is happening, well, for me, I think it is damage control that is being done. And the funding that is being given to the LIFT program and those programs after high school should be sent to early childhood and primary so that we don't have to do this damage control at that time. Because Mr. Bent, you spoke about the challenge in finding the participants. There shouldn't be a challenge because this is something that they should want to do to give them a little time to transition to formal training. So if we were to send the funds to the early childhood, provide the resources there, then we would have competent students graduating
who will use that time to transition, and then we will get the innovation and the critical thinking and efficient persons to boost the society.
All right, thanks for that. While I may not have all the information now that makes a decision how these fundings are done from the trust, HEART, NSDA Trust was established in 1982, and we call it the HEART Act. And what it is that 3% of the private sector wage bill is contributed to that fund to fund TVET education in Jamaica. Yet still, there are many other programs we have that we consistently fund with the Ministry of Education. So that portion of funding that goes from HEART to the Ministry of Education may want to look at how they utilize, because we have had many cases where those funding may not have been utilized as they were intended. And so while we acknowledge and have the responsibility to build education from the beginning, the private sector contributing near 3% and HEART implementing training so that we have sustainable development and growth in that in that economic system in the private sectors and business, and also in the government sector, because most of our trade come between our employees, not just in the private sector, but across government and other agencies as well. And I think that we are playing our part. What is happening sometimes, these funding come along, and the ministry may have to examine also how they are utilized and we are best to utilize them. While we still, as my colleagues say, pressure the government to identify the priority and put the additional funding where it ought to go, and as leaders for institutions, when we get this funding, we are to ensure that they are utilized to do what they are intended. Because sometimes we have more things to do in terms of the challenges, and we have to make some decisions and so on. But the early childhood should be a priority, and there needs to be a dedicated fund that the government identify and see to it that it is balanced and it's properly funded to ensure that the structures in that early space is fully developed. And it must be balanced right across the system. We know in Jamaica that a lot of the schools are funded by, their alumni,
yes,
and their godfathers and so on.
Yes, one of the things with funding though, Mr. Bent, if I may interject, we don't have much control over it.
Yeah.
What I think we should be doing as citizens is agitating through meetings like these, through writing papers, through research, agitating to government that these are the outcomes and these are where we believe the allocation should be made, because it's legislation and those and budgeting process that deals with that. So sometimes we have the suggestions, but what I would encourage, especially through institutions like these, meetings like these, is that we continue to agitate government to place attention to the early childhood system.
Yeah,
sure. If I may just come in on something. And Mr. Ben, one of the things I learned is that HEART is a $17 billion industry. That's the kind of money that goes to HEART. Audience, I think we need to know that more than $1 billion, billions go back to the consolidated fund from HEART. When it goes back to the consolidated fund, it goes to the Prime Minister's office. That is spent at the Prime Minister's discretion. Right? People have to understand things like that. One of the recommendations in the Patterson report, and Faith can bear me up here, is that it is suggested that some of the funding from HEART needs to be pumped into education. The challenge I am having now, and I'm going to also speak to something else about, is it that the document says about $240 billion that's needed over the next 8 years? Right, $240 billion needed over the next 8 years. This year, Faith can bear me up. So although we have started transformation, it means that over the next 8 years, we will need $30 billion per year. The capital budget for education this year was not more than about $3 billion. We would need $30 billion per year. So what is happening is that although we are, you see, a reimagined education system, it has got to be that we understand. We have got to give Faith the money she needs to do the transformation work. I don't think she has that yet. You don't have to say anything. But that's where, as principals, we are having a challenge. That we have quantified the amount of money that we need, but we are not allocating. So all the talk we are hearing about the budget
and that things are okay and the economy is okay. And it's not about criticizing government. I'm just simply saying that there's a dissonance between what we're saying we want to do in education and the kind of funding that we want to give to it. My problem is that when the billions from HEART are not used, they go back to the Prime Minister's office while we're languishing in education. This year, for example, every single high school was promised, I think, $1 million for textbook education. I don't know that that money has come yet. That grant, I don't know that it has come yet. We went to how many meetings? You got your Sean?
No, I didn't.
Right? Before the pandemic, so a lot of that is really happening, and you can imagine many of the other sectors. So the thing for me, it is funding for all sectors. We need now to move to early childhood, special education, technical education, whatever that kind of thing. Because I don't think that there's any aspect of education that can be dealt with. One final point that I'd like to make again regarding funding. If there's a challenge, to me, a reimagined leadership, if there's a challenge, we have got to look at that document and pick areas that are drivers. So maybe one of the things we need to do is to really look at it, because what I'm seeing right now is that in an attempt to do every single thing, we might not have the funding to do them as well as we want. Right? What was done in Ontario, any of us, I mean, Peter would know Michael Fuller. Right? Michael Fuller is a person who drove innovation in Ontario's education system. Canada really has done good work in doing that. He's doing that in California now. Right? He's doing some work for them in California. And one of the things that he did was to look at 4 things about the education system. That if they actually push that, then it will drive other things. It's the same thing with you. Eh? You know, if you educate a picnic yard, you can get yourself out of poverty. You might can put on the house top same time. Eh? What I think we need to be doing, and I'm suggesting in a reimagined education system, understand that we're not going to have the money. Let's not care about it and talk about trend. You follow the point I'm making? Let us look at where we can have the money, where we can put the money, and where it can work for us over, say, the next 10, 15 years. And then in my mind, my bet is the same research at the tertiary level and early childhood education. The truth is that although I'm a high school principal, I would prefer, if we decide to start spending money on little children, all of our wealthy people in Jamaica, them send them children to prep school. Why? Because they get a good start. Give every single Jamaican an opportunity to get a good start in quality early childhood education. I do not think that just one teacher per early childhood institution is enough if we want to transform education. We maybe need to come to church, Sisters College, and maybe many other institutions and say, okay, we are going to give scholarships to more people to do this, because we want to ensure that every single child who's going to start is exposed to a teacher who is trained. These are the people we use them as assistants, because we don't want to just throw them out because they have done good work. But ensure that they get the good start. Because once they get the good start, you look at them in your high schools, in the primary school, a people who come in at grade 1 and bright and good. You know, so you don't have to do the female teacher if you're honest. In good as good, because the parents push him and he got the good start already. So to me, if I were to make any kind of solution to the transformation effort, it is to pick those areas that can be winners, because I do not think that we have enough money. And we can just put the money where it can work best to ensure that we get the best out of it. But if you start with that, year by year, you can find the funding going up. And by the time they reach tertiary level, you will have a group of students where the problem Sean and I have, and the rest of us have, is not so much where we transfer our children to, but Lord of God, it doesn't to transfer, because the whole of them are the same thing. Yes. That's where we need to go.
All right, so very good. I want to thank the panelists. I know there's 2 hands, but we are running against time. So I'm going to ask that we ask questions quickly, and I'm going to ask the panelists just to answer as quickly as possible, as we remember that we are in, weather situation. We want persons that are traveling all the way from Montego Bay to reach home in good time and safely. All right, final question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question.
What's your name and institution, please?
My name is Marie Hilton Walker. I'm the acting principal of Mount Olivet Primary School, and I notice I'm in the middle of the highs. So I'm going to ask a question to Dr. Alexander. I have a challenge when I listen to everything that is happening, because we are going to be faced with another crisis in another 5 years or 4 years from now when we address the learning loss that came on us 2019, 2020 when we had the COVID coming on. We had children who were at home and all of those things, because those children there's a huge gap. Because those children are now going to be sitting the PEP exams and they will be coming to the high schools next year. And we know the results of the grade 5 PEP exams. Math was a disaster, or is a disaster. And to get them to the level that we want them to be at, that you will get students who are functional, it's going to be a challenge. The transformation unit of the Ministry of Education, how are you going to factor that learning loss in the transformation? Because those children are going to be at a disadvantage. Doesn't matter where you place them, they are going to be disadvantaged now. So we have to put a system in place to capture those students, because when Sir Moderator and the other technical persons were at the table, they are going to see what was done for them at the primary level, and we get a lot of blame. We have to prepare children for 4 exams during the 5 years of primary education. Grade 1 inventory, then they go to the grade 3 diagnostic, then they go to the grade 4 literacy and performance tasks, then they go to grade 5 performance tasks, then they go to the primary exit program, where they do 4 exams to exit the program. This is too much assessment for the students. They are burdened with books, they are burdened with content, because even if we identify students with technical skills, we cannot capture them, we cannot help them, because the technical schools are now academically inclined. States and Homewood Technical, they are no longer technical schools. They are doing the same things the traditional high schools are doing. I was trying not to say anything, but I think it's a fundamental problem that we have to address today as well. Thank you very much.
All right, I think that question is for Dr. Alexander.
Thank you. Yes, I recognize that problem, as does the Ministry of Education. And as I had mentioned earlier, based on those reports and so on from NEI, those 248 schools that are deemed as being non-performing, special emphasis is being placed on those particular schools. They are going to benefit from targeted literacy and numeracy interventions. So you should be seeing those interventions coming very soon to assist you. But at the same time, I think we also need to look at ourselves as leaders and so on in our educational institutions. A lot of times we say, what is the ministry doing? But we need to look at what are we doing to help our students. We need to look at what we are doing. It cannot always come from the ministry. Yes, the ministry plays an important role. However, the leaders, school leaders, also play an important role in ensuring that the children, and teachers as well, ensuring that the children are successful.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of the panel discussion. I'm going to allow the panelists to use 30 seconds, no panelists, because I know we have the evangelist, the prophet, and the missionary. Note just 30 seconds in terms of parting words or encouragement to the audience. Starting with you, Dr. Alexander, Mr. Wright, and then we end with Mr. Bent.
I just want to thank everybody. I know that transformation is the new buzzword. However, it is a lot of work. It is a Herculean effort, and I do take Lynn Vern's recommendation about focusing on just a few of the 7 pillars Because the truth is, if you try and implement everything all at once, something is going to give. And you will not be able to be as successful as you want to be. But as Canute said, right? You can't say no minister. But it takes courage. So that is going to be a conversation, probably a hard conversation, but it is a conversation that is going to have to be said.
Thank you so much. Mr. Wright?
Just saying that I give thanks for this opportunity. The fact is that there are so many things that we can do if we start thinking and start engaging each other. As I heard Dr. Faith said, there are so many things that we can do in our schools. I'm saying to leaders here, I'm saying to teachers, you have agency.
Yes.
Right? You can do things. In many instances, you are there, and sometimes what you get from the ministry is like 4 or 5 visits for the year. You can do so many things. I have run schools where even after they said don't do that, they came back and had it as a best practice. Because that's how the ministry works. What you have got to do is that you have got to trust your training. You've got to trust the things you do. Too often we really get the training and we have the ideas, but we are kind of afraid. I'm just asking you to go out there as leaders. A big part of reimagined leadership is confidence and fearlessness. The EO and the people from the offices, you're as qualified as them. What you need to do is to stand up and make your point well, and ensure that when you implement, you give account for what you do. Don't be afraid. If it fails, don't be afraid to say, I did it, I'm responsible. But when it goes where it's supposed to go, you do what you are to do. If we don't take risk, our education system is not going to be better. All I leave you with is risk it. That's your question thing, all right?
Excellent.
Yeah. Thanks again for the opportunity, colleagues, for this, to do this. I want to leave with a word, partnership. One of the things is that for us at Heart NSTA Trust, we recognize that the mandate that we are given, it would be really impossible to achieve it without partnerships. Because sometimes we have resources, but we don't have the knowledge and the expertise. And we engage the industry, we engage international partners, international associations. So as leaders, where you see there are gaps, and if you can reach and formulate partnerships, you can create a solution, no challenge. And as the last member of the audience said, in terms of the technical schools doing the things the traditionalists do, it's part of the concern you have at Heart as well. Because while my colleague would have mentioned in terms of funding with Heart has a dedicated fund, yes. But we have a consistent amount of money that we give to the ministry to use for TVET development, the universities, and so on, to ensure that TVET is sustained. And the ministry has a minister that sits in the cabinet. So you are supposed to amplify your need for these resources to fuel where you want to fuel as well. And of course, we are always open to partnership with the schools. We have so many successful partnerships now with the school where we are developing TVET. Right now we have certain emerging programs.
All right, Mr. Bent, 10 more seconds.
Right, where we have the 6 farmers from 4 schools that are coming in to do programs like mechatronics, robotics, optoelectronics, and so on. And they come at the days that they have. And this is a model that we want to continue to amplify throughout the system, that we can develop the best of our youths, and the schools can use it to leverage and have opportunity with TVET, right, that we can strengthen and build more minds like that they can take their rightful place in society, where TVET and technology is to embrace. Thanks again.
Wow. I want you to put your hands together for the panelists. My closing thought as I invite the persons to make the presentation to come is that, we would have received a lot today. But I'm just asking all the persons here just to take one item and say transformation begins with me, and seek to implement that one item wherever you are and in whatever capacity you function at your institution. One more time, let's put your hands together for yourself and put your hands together for the panelists. So we're going to be inviting Dr. Alexander to come as Bremer makes presentation to Dr. Alexander. Just asking audience, please let us just remain. We're closing, so please just ask for your continued support.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Anderson, on behalf of the
Dr. Alexander.
Dr. Alexander, on behalf of the Church Teachers College Principal and Administration and students, we thank you for being a part of our Education and Leadership Conference as we reimagine education together and we seek to lead our education system better than the way we found it. So thank you for being here, and we do hope that you will enjoy our gift to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Vermont, we now have Matt Nicol, Mr. Matt Nicol to come. He's going to make a presentation to Mr. Wright.
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So, on behalf of the Church Teachers College, all right, so on behalf of the Church Teachers College community and the attendees, let me use the opportunity to say thank you for coming and highlighting the criticality of the much needed transformation in the landscape of education. I want to also thank you for accepting the invitation to come
Pleasure, sir.
and share your wealth of knowledge with us as a community and the attendees. Thank you.
All right, and so now we also have Kevin. Kevin will be making a presentation to Mr. Bent.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Bent, on behalf of the Church Teachers College family, we thank you for coming out, sir. I mean, really appreciate you coming out, the time that you spent out, sir, and the knowledge you share with us. We really appreciate it, and it's a token of our appreciation. We thank you.
Thank you so much.
And the Rose Among the Thorns will make a presentation to yours truly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Graham. On behalf of the Church Teachers College family, I'd like to say thank you for coming here today and being our moderator. We were entertained and it was smooth sailing.
Thank you. Okay, everyone. So just two things left to do. I really want to invite Mr. Simit, Dr. Simit, to come. He's going to give the vote of thanks. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Greetings, everyone. Some have remained until the end.
Yes.
And I commend those who have remained. But I really want to thank all of you. You have weathered the weather. And trust me, this morning my head was all over the place. And persons were calling me, is it still on? You know, that kind of thing. But I am very, very proud of the turnout today. And the session was very engaging. So I want to thank our moderator. You have done extremely well. And because you have done well, we'll keep inviting you over and over and over until you're tired. So thank you so much. Can you show him some appreciation? He's here. I want to thank Dr. Alexander. You know, initially I invited the PS, and the PS said, no, there is somebody who is perfect. So we could ask for a better person. Thank you so much, Doc, for coming and sharing, you know, all that the transformation unit is doing, and we appreciate it. And we are no longer strangers. So when I call you to invite you to subsequent programs, please match my glasses with my face. I'm the person calling you. It's all right.
Yes, sir.
You don't know.
Every time.
Every time.
Yes, sir.
Right? We appreciate you and appreciate the time that you have spent with us and the knowledge that you have shared with us. And we ask you to continue to champion the cause for education. Mr. Bent.
Yes, sir.
Man, Mr. Bent was sent here by somebody else, but Mr. Graham recommended him earlier on. And he's here, and boy, you have so much to say that boy, when we're having part 2, we have to ask you to come. You know? Professor Thompson, I thought you had left, sir, but you have been absolutely awesome. You have left a lot for us to think about. You have pricked our minds and our intellect, and we thank you so much for sharing with us today. I want to thank also the committee members. I have some committee members who work very hard with me. And we have Mrs. Elaine Taylor. Mrs. Taylor, thank you so much. We have Mr. McCarthy, right? And he's not there, but they have been very instrumental. And we thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We have some certificates of participation for you at the back.
please pick them up before you leave. And also, as soon as you leave here, please head towards the cafeteria. You will be fed again with exciting and delicious lunch. Do not leave. If you leave without the lunch, you're going to regret it. So we have beef and chicken and fish. Just go and sit and eat mindfully and enjoy every moment of it. Finally, if you look in your folders, you realize that the brochure for the Middle Leaders Training Program, we offer it right here at the Institute of Leadership and Teacher Development.
Online though?
Yes, it's done totally online. So we're totally online. So teachers in the schools who want to move up to middle leaders, this is the program for you. Just apply. We are presently recruiting, and it is a very good program, and we have a lot of success stories coming from it as well. So do not hesitate. Do not allow the pen to tremble. Just duration. It's a 9-month cost, and it's only $150. And it has remained $150,000 rather. That's remained constant over a year. And it's a very good program, and we're recruiting. It's 100% online. Right? So please fill it out and just send in the application, and we'll process it. Thank you so much. You have been absolutely awesome.
Yes.
And I look forward to have you engage in more of these. We want to go regionally and parish and spread it, right? And we want CTC want to be that institution where we have think tank and different discussions and engage the minds. So please, I have all your emails. I'm going to invite you to so many other functions that we have. God bless. Sir from GC, man, he was here about after 6. Please raise your hand, sir. I appreciate you. He was here from about after 6 this morning. Yes, and I thank you so much. Our colleagues from Montego Bay Community College, big up. Thank you so much for coming. God bless. Walk good. Enjoy your lunch. Eat mindfully. Lick your finger if you have to, but make sure it's clean. And we'll see you next time. God bless.
All right, before we leave, we are going to do 2 things. We're going to be doing the National Pledge and the benediction. So we're going to be doing the National Pledge first. We cannot meet like this and not do something to think about who we are as Jamaicans and our place in the world. Before God, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body, in the service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood and peace,
to work diligently and creatively,
to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. Father, as we leave, make us servant leaders to serve you and to serve others. Watch over us and care for us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Yes, man. Yes, sir. Blessings. Mr. Ben? Maybe on my list, sir? Okay, it's not on my call again. Let's do that. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
One.
Yeah, man. It's on my call again. You do?
Absolutely. It was lovely.
Yes, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Your Pat? Good man. You're good?
Yeah.
Give you less time.
Somebody else?
Sorry.
Alright, so you've got,
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, man, I'm good. Because I have to head back to the before the rain. No, man, I'm okay.
So she's okay.
Thank you. Thank you anyway.
oh, 275. Yeah, 40. Miss Chambers.
47.
275.
Miss Chambers. Sorry. I'm from Russell.